Si pueden ir tomando asientos, porque el summit va a dar comienzo en breve. Muchísimas gracias.
Muy buenos días a todos, bienvenidos a esta explosión de emprendedores y muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos. Muchísimas gracias en el exterior para que esa comunicación, esa relación que de verdad queremos que durante estos 3 días tengan los emprendedores, los inversores, las empresas, que de aquí se lleguen a acuerdos, que no solamente lancen proyectos, sino que consigamos que sean un éxito rotundo. Agradecer a todos los que nos apoyan, al Comité de Honor, que está formado por la más alta representación de lo que es una gran foto de España, porque todos juntos somos los que queremos y lo que estamos convencidos de que el mundo ha cambiado y que, por tanto, nosotros tenemos que cambiar, y la apuesta importantísima, el motor y el dinamismo de la economía son los emprendedores. Agradecer al Consejo Rector, el Consejo Rector que nos apoya absolutamente en todos los distintos pasos que vamos dando. Y bueno, cómo no, a los emprendedores. La respuesta que habéis tenido todos a este summit es increíble. Deciros que tenemos prácticamente 4.000 personas registradas. Os pedimos, primero os damos 1000 gracias por estar convencidos de que aquí podemos sacar algo nuevo y fundamentalmente podemos servir de espejo a todo el mundo, a los que están en el circuito y a los que están fuera del circuito, de que de verdad tenemos oportunidades y que el Gobierno que está aquí presente nos facilita el que esto pueda ser así. Por tanto, vamos a ver una explosión de buen hacer, de talento, de creatividad, de innovación increíble a través de toda la Startup Competition que se va a ir generando a lo largo de todos estos 2 días, miércoles y jueves. Tenemos proyectos, hemos recibido más de 2000 y proyectos de todas las industrias, que es lo verdaderamente interesante, que ser emprendedor, que ser una startup no es únicamente ser una empresa de Internet y tecnología, sino que de verdad en España tenemos mucho talento, tenemos mucha creatividad y lo que tenemos que hacer es conseguir que se multipliquen. Dar las gracias al numerosísimo comité de selección, personas que han estado formando parte de los diferentes comités de selección para que realmente el rigor en la elección de los ganadores pues sea extraordinaria. Y también durante estos 2 días vamos a tener aquí un jurado especialista, de inversores, de expertos en las distintas materias para que de aquí puedan salir los ganadores. Y no quiero extenderme más, solo de verdad daros las gracias a todos los que estáis aquí, pediros vuestra colaboración para que todo esto fluya y para que podamos enseñar a todo el mundo que de verdad el espíritu emprendedor hoy día es una realidad, que el cambio que hemos tenido es espectacular, que yo el año pasado salí absolutamente orgullosa de Spain Startup, de la puesta en escena de Spain Startup, porque vi eso, el talento, la creatividad, la ilusión, las ganas por construir de todos los que aquí estuvieron, y este año que vuelvo a venir con los colores de España porque me siento muy orgullosa de ser española, estoy segura que voy a salir todavía mucho más contenta porque ya mi entrada en este examen pues no es más que de palabras y de esto. Un último agradecimiento muy especial y es a todo el cuerpo diplomático que ha apoyado, que es parte del Comité de Honor y que además es increíble cómo ha apoyado, cómo ha colaborado para que hagamos realidad no solamente este summit, sino para que hagamos realidad la creación de un ecosistema emprendedor verdaderamente potente. Muchas gracias por estar todos aquí y hoy es un día muy grande para el emprendimiento, y lo es porque paralelamente en Madrid y en Barcelona se están dando cita dos actuaciones verdaderamente impulsoras del emprendimiento. Hoy son los premios de Emprendedor 21 de la Caixa, es su promotor, es miembro también de nuestro Consejo Rector, con lo cual a todos mil gracias y sin más cedo la palabra a Ignacio Garralda.
Vicepresidenta del Gobierno, presidente de la Comunidad de Madrid, alcaldesa de Madrid, muchas gracias por acompañarnos hoy en la Mutua. Y enhorabuena a María Benjumea, presidenta del Consejo Rector del Spain SturtUp and Investor Summit, por haber conseguido hacer realidad nuevamente este encuentro. En primer lugar, quiero dar una calurosa acogida a todos los emprendedores y a todas las personas ilusionadas con poner en marcha su propio proyecto empresarial que hoy nos acompaña, a los posibles financiadores que vienen a conocerles, a los organizadores y a las empresas que han decidido acompañar a Mutua Madrileña a la hora de patrocinar este foro. En la Mutua estamos encantados de haber hecho posible esta reunión y de que toméis literalmente nuestras instalaciones, por un doble motivo. Por un lado, porque reconocemos la importancia que tiene incentivar el emprendimiento para mejorar el desarrollo de nuestro país, y por otro, porque somos conscientes de que las nuevas empresas son una importante fuente generadora de empleo, especialmente entre la gente joven. Y esto es algo de lo que en España, como todos sabemos, estamos muy necesitados. Como emprendedor que he sido, y aunque la empresa que puse en marcha en su día con 2 socios no nació en un garaje, sino en un despacho, creo que el emprendimiento es la mejor forma que tienen las personas, y especialmente los jóvenes, de desarrollar todo su potencial, y no solo una fórmula de autoempleo. Por eso creo que como país tenemos la obligación de incentivarles, formarles y motivarles para ello, desde la escuela hasta la universidad, apoyando la investigación y orientándola de forma prioritaria hacia el desarrollo de proyectos que representen una mejora social y sean sostenibles económicamente, generando riqueza y empleo. A veces nos sorprendemos de la capacidad generadora de nuevas empresas que tiene Silicon Valley, donde han nacido Apple, Google y cientos de otras compañías de gran dinamismo. Sin embargo, olvidamos que gran parte del éxito de ese genio emprendedor va unido a la pericia de sus universidades en los campos de la ingeniería y de la tecnología. La creación de esa cultura cercana al emprendimiento en España, unida a la mayor disposición de recursos económicos para financiar los nuevos proyectos empresariales, son sin duda las 2 condiciones fundamentales para el éxito de la promoción de nuevas empresas en nuestro país. Respecto a lo primero, es indudable que crear un ambiente propicio al emprendimiento es responsabilidad de todos, de la enseñanza en colegios, universidades y escuelas de negocio, para que desde el principio se genere la ilusión y el entusiasmo por el emprendimiento, de los medios de comunicación, para que contribuyan a destacar las bondades de las mejores iniciativas empresariales y no solo de las conductas reprobables, de las empresas, para que apoyemos a las personas con ideas y ayudemos a la organización de foros de encuentros como este, de la sociedad en general, para que valore positivamente la asunción de riesgos que conlleva poner en marcha una empresa y la riqueza social que genera. Y finalmente, de las administraciones públicas, para que faciliten el desarrollo de las nuevas empresas en el momento más crítico para ellas, cuando nacen. Creo que la Ley de Emprendedores recientemente aprobada ha ido en esta línea y es uno de los pasos más importantes que se han dado en la historia de este país para apoyar a quienes quieren poner en marcha una empresa. Será mejorable, sin duda, y podremos considerar limitada la deducción por inversión, cierto, pero no podemos obviar que nunca antes se ha abordado el proyecto con esta amplitud. Por lo que se refiere al segundo condicionante para el éxito, que es poder cubrir las necesidades de financiación, no podemos ignorar que uno de los grandes problemas históricos que tiene España es la escasa existencia de capital disponible para financiar los necesarios recursos propios de las empresas. Los inversores institucionales, como los fondos de inversión, los fondos de pensiones y las compañías de seguros, tienen presencia testimonial en activos materializados en acciones. Pero es que además las cajas y los bancos están siendo empujados por los requerimientos de Basilea III a vender sus participaciones accionariales, con lo que solo quedan los inversores extranjeros como máximos protagonistas del universo inversor. Por todo ello, creo que sería muy recomendable buscar la forma de movilizar los capitales nacionales hacia la financiación de los recursos propios de las empresas, ya sean grandes, ya sean pequeñas. Encontrar mecanismos de política fiscal y de política financiera que persuadan a las rentas altas a asumir mayores riesgos empresariales debería ser una prioridad dentro de este marco de actuación. En este sentido, no deberíamos renunciar a que los 25.000 millones de euros que gestionan actualmente las SICAVs pudiesen ser fuente de financiación de las nuevas inversiones empresariales, abriendo vasos comunicantes entre estos vehículos de inversión y el capital riesgo, que tiene un importante papel como proveedor de recursos propios a las pymes y a los emprendedores. Creo que en España tenemos el capital humano, el talento, el entusiasmo y la capacidad para hacer del emprendimiento uno de los motores de nuestro desarrollo. Tan es así que en nuestro país existen 64 redes de Business Angels, más incluso que en Reino Unido y Alemania. Y ello a pesar de que hasta ahora no haya existido un régimen fiscal que favorezca e incentive esta figura, que es fundamental en el ecosistema emprendedor y de vital importancia para los inicios de muchas startups. Fieles con esta idea, Mutua Madrileña va a incrementar el próximo año su respaldo a las personas con nuevos proyectos empresariales, desarrollando un amplio y ambicioso programa de asesoramiento, formación y apoyo a los emprendedores. Queremos con ello no solo avivar el ánimo emprendedor de nuestro país, sino también apoyar directamente y de forma explícita a los 500 mutualistas que seleccionaremos para participar en nuestro programa. Confío en que todo lo que escuchéis aquí estos días os ayude a realizar vuestros sueños e ilusiones. Aprovechad al máximo estas jornadas para aprender de los éxitos y de los fracasos de otros emprendedores, para establecer relaciones y alianzas y para desarrollar en suma todo el potencial de vuestras ideas, porque lo que os va a ocupar es importante para vuestras vidas, pero también para el futuro económico de nuestro país. Gracias a todos por acompañaros y os deseo un gran éxito en el futuro. Gracias.
Tiene la palabra, alcaldesa.
Vicepresidenta, presidente de la Comunidad de Madrid, María Benjumea, Ignacio, señoras y señores. Se ha hablado mucho ya aquí, los que me han precedido en el uso de la palabra, de iniciativa personal y mucho más se va a hablar. Yo, desde luego, soy firme defensora de la iniciativa creadora, de la actividad mediante la cual se trata de encontrar y recorrer nuevos caminos para la innovación y el progreso. Ese empuje que en alguna medida todos llevamos dentro es el verdadero motor de las sociedades. No solo mediante la creación de una empresa, sino también mediante la iniciativa que permite sacar adelante una familia cuando las cosas van mal o cuando tenemos que afrontar alguno de los muchos problemas que la vida pone ante nosotros. La iniciativa empresarial es solo una variante de una actitud general de superación que las sociedades abiertas necesitan en todos los órdenes de la vida. Y de alguna manera eso es lo que las define. Es verdad que vivimos una crisis profunda y también es cierto que ya disponemos de datos que indican que las cosas comienzan a cambiar de dirección y eso nos da esperanza y nos anima a tener mayor ilusión, pero también es cierto que solo dentro de algún tiempo se dejará notar suficientemente en la vida de las personas. Hoy, más que nunca, lo que debemos hacer es incentivar la iniciativa personal en todo. Por supuesto, también en el terreno empresarial, pero no solo en él. Porque, en último término, no basta con que un empresario tenga iniciativa si el entorno en que tiene que desarrollarse carece de ella, desconfía de ella o le pone, queriéndolo o no, obstáculos que le hacen rendir menos de lo que podría hacerlo. Por eso, y si me permiten, y antes de referirme muy brevemente a las iniciativas que el Ayuntamiento de Madrid está adoptando para favorecer la iniciativa empresarial, quisiera hacer una breve mención al contexto general en que estas medidas han sido pensadas. Tanto por el contexto internacional como por nuestra condición de socios del euro y también por nuestras circunstancias nacionales, especialmente en lo que se refiere a la deuda pública y al déficit, es inevitable que se produzca un repliegue de las instituciones públicas en los próximos años. Eso ya se está produciendo, pero va a continuar. Las instituciones públicas van a hacer menos cosas. Como país tenemos por delante años de consolidación fiscal y de equilibrio de las cuentas públicas que nos afectan a todos, desde el más pequeño ayuntamiento hasta cualquier ministerio. Y tenemos además que hacerlo atendiendo a un calendario. De lo que se trata es de vencer el error de creer que lo público es solo lo estatal. De lo que se trata es de hacer que menos Estado sea más sociedad. Por eso, la consolidación presupuestaria no debe producir necesariamente un deterioro social, al contrario, puede ser una oportunidad para que la sociedad se fortalezca y se haga menos dependiente y más libre, pero hay que trabajar para ello. Más sociedad y mejor gobierno significa que la reducción del Estado, lejos de ser algo lamentable, debe ser una oportunidad para que se produzca una expansión de la iniciativa social en todos los órdenes de la vida. El emprendimiento es una muestra de ello. Este es el modelo político que queremos para la ciudad de Madrid y creemos que hay todavía mucho por hacer para desarrollarlo, como necesitamos hacerlo en un país en el que el desempleo es nuestro principal problema. Por tanto, para el Ayuntamiento de Madrid, el estímulo a la iniciativa personal es algo, una devolución de una serie de tributos municipales. Y vamos a seguir trabajando en esta dirección. Compartimos la cultura emprendedora y hacemos de ella la base del proyecto político de Madrid, porque creemos que es el necesario para el mundo en el que nos encontramos. Y yo confío, porque confío en todos ustedes que hoy están aquí y que van a aprender y a poner en común esas prácticas necesarias para el emprendimiento y para que muchos, como ustedes, puedan ver cumplidos sus sueños. Muchísimas gracias a todos por su atención.
Muchas gracias, alcaldesa. Tiene la palabra el presidente.
Buenos días a todos, querida vicepresidenta del Gobierno, querida alcaldesa, señor consejero de Economía de la Comunidad de Madrid, señor presidente de la Mutua, querida María, presidenta del Consejo Rector, querido vicepresidente Juanjo Güemes, autoridades, representantes del mundo empresarial, señoras y señores, permítanme que empiece estas palabras a petición de María, reconociendo también el agradecimiento junto a la Mutua de otros patrocinadores. Me ha encomendado que haga esa referencia expresa tanto a Endesa como a Google, que han permitido organizar este encuentro tan importante para la Comunidad de Madrid y para Madrid. Quiero dar estas primeras palabras de bienvenida dirigidas a los participantes que hoy están aquí en este foro y que vienen de fuera. I know there are English-speaking people in this summit. Welcome to Madrid. I have to say that I like the startup attitude. The startup attitude is about taking risk, learning new technologies, and trying hard to be the first and the best in one particular business. We all have the image of a startup company full of young people, thinking globally, perfectly adapted to this new information world, where everything is hard, except the winner idea. Young people live in the place they work at, surviving on fast food, while struggling against everything to bring to the market the product they believe in. I'm perfectly conscious that we need to get more of a startup sense here in Madrid. Queremos promover y atraer a Madrid todo el talento empresarial. Por eso quiero agradecer a Spain Startup y al Instituto de Empresas su invitación a participar en la ceremonia de apertura de esta segunda edición del Spain SturtUp Investor Summit. Una ocasión única para facilitar el encuentro entre talento y la financiación. Durante estos 3 días, los protagonistas serán quienes han elegido crear su propia empresa. A todos ellos les deseo el mayor de los éxitos, y se lo deseo interesadamente, porque el éxito de todos ellos será el éxito de todos nosotros. Vivimos unos tiempos en los que todo cambia a un ritmo nunca antes visto. En este nuevo escenario global, la figura del emprendedor es clave. Si queremos preservar el estado del bienestar, necesitamos más emprendedores. Por eso, tal y como hace este startup, es fundamental activar el carácter emprendedor de los ciudadanos, promover la difusión de nuevos proyectos empresariales y reconocer socialmente el valor del emprendimiento. Ser emprendedor en España debería estar más reconocido y también más premiado de lo que está. Un país en el que la mayoría de la población aspira a un puesto de trabajo fijo, que le asegure un sueldo de por vida, es un país estancado, incapaz de competir, de crear y de progresar, alejado de la realidad del tiempo en que vivimos y condenado probablemente al fracaso. Las nuevas reglas del mercado global nos obligan a adaptar nuestras costumbres e imitar las de aquellos países que están logrando superar esta situación. Los países económicamente más pujantes son aquellos en los que sus ciudadanos son cada vez más ambiciosos y emprendedores. Tal vez porque en sus países el fracaso está considerado como una experiencia que enriquece y a quien fracasa se le anima a intentarlo de nuevo. Lo que a menudo se echa en falta en España es un poco de ilusión, un gesto de ánimo de los demás hacia aquellos que lo están intentando. Esta actitud tan negativa nos lleva a ver obstáculos donde los ciudadanos de los demás países encuentran y están encontrando oportunidades. Hoy en toda Europa se impulsa la participación de la sociedad civil, cada vez en mayor medida. Hace escasas semanas el rey de Holanda, en la apertura del Parlamento, hablaba de la necesidad de impulsar la sociedad participativa y de lo importante que es involucrar a la sociedad en el desarrollo de un país y en la prestación de sus servicios, pues el estado del bienestar en su configuración actual es insostenible. En el mercado global necesitamos de nuestros ciudadanos, de todos aquellos que tienen una idea y que están dispuestos a llevarla adelante. La responsabilidad de los poderes públicos es facilitar la actividad emprendedora y crear un entorno de libertad que permita el desarrollo de la misma. En la Comunidad de Madrid estamos haciendo todo lo posible para que ello sea así. Madrid quiere ser un espacio donde el talento florezca y donde el esfuerzo sea reconocido y premiado. Hoy empresas e inversores llegan a Madrid porque nuestra región ofrece una economía competitiva, gracias a unas políticas que fomentan la libertad, la creatividad y la actividad empresarial. Buena prueba de ello es que Madrid es la región que más empresas ha creado en el año 2012 y lo sigue haciendo también en el año 2013. 1 de cada 5 empresas que se crean en España se crean en Madrid. Aglutinamos cerca del 65% del total de la inversión extranjera que llega a nuestro país. Fruto de la confianza y de la seguridad que genera nuestra región, el año pasado recibimos más de 9.000 millones de euros. Madrid es una región que apuesta por el talento, la innovación y el conocimiento. Por eso destinamos el 2% de nuestro PIB a investigación, innovación y desarrollo, frente al 1,3% de la media nacional. Un porcentaje que nos sitúa a la altura de las regiones europeas que más esfuerzo económico dedican a este objetivo. La Comunidad de Madrid ha hecho del emprendimiento uno de sus ejes especiales para la creación de empleo. Forma parte esencial de las políticas que nosotros impulsamos para recuperar el crecimiento del empleo, la gran asignatura que tiene pendiente nuestro.
Querido presidente de la Comunidad de Madrid, querida alcaldesa, querida María, presidenta del Comité Ejecutivo de SturtUp Investor Summit, muy buenos días a todos. Decía María en su intervención que hace un año, en que inaugurábamos la primera de las sesiones del SturtUp, la situación era muy diferente. Y es cierto que en ese 7 de junio se vivían momentos muy difíciles y muy complicados para nuestra economía, para la economía del conjunto del país, pero también para la economía particular individual de todas y cada una de las empresas que aquí nos dábamos cita. Entonces eran muchísimas las dudas que caían sobre España. En primer lugar, si seríamos capaces de cumplir los objetivos de déficit, y no solo si seríamos capaces de hacerlo la Administración del Estado, sino todas las administraciones públicas. Hoy, con la presencia del presidente de la Comunidad de Madrid y del Ayuntamiento de Madrid, podemos decir que eso es una realidad. Todos nos hemos comprometido y estamos cumpliendo con nuestros objetivos de consolidación fiscal. Por aquellos días, la prima de riesgo rondaba los 500 puntos. Era el síntoma más claro de la desconfianza que había generado el país, sus cuentas y sus posibilidades. Hoy, 250 puntos básicos. Yo creo que la confianza en nuestro sistema se va ganando poco a poco a través del esfuerzo conjunto de todos, y hoy las turbulencias dependen más de factores exógenos que endógenos. Hace exactamente un año el problema era una reforma del sistema financiero por hacer, que generó que precisamente días después de este encuentro estuviéramos discutiendo sobre esa ayuda bancaria. Hoy, tanto el Banco Central Europeo como la Comisión reconocen que nuestro sector está saneado y es capaz de resistir nuevas perturbaciones. Hoy, un año después, estamos ante un sector, ante una economía mucho más competitiva. Por primera vez en 15 años, España tiene capacidad para prestar al exterior, más de 5.250 millones de euros en estos 6 primeros meses del año 2013, frente a los datos negativos 14.500 del año pasado en las mismas fechas. Han crecido nuestras exportaciones un 7% en los primeros 7 meses del año y somos receptores de un mayor número de inversiones extranjeras, un 11,3%. Pero también los emprendedores y su entorno como motor de crecimiento han experimentado esos síntomas de mejora que en general refleja la economía española. Hoy se detecta una doble intención de emprender por parte de nuestras empresas, mayor capacidad para contratar, no solo para autoemplearse, sino para dar empleo a otros. Se crean más empresas en términos netos entre enero y agosto de este año, 2.508 más altas que bajas, y crece el número de autónomos, 27.400. Es decir, que en todo este tiempo España ha ido ganando en confianza, ha ido sorteando los distintos obstáculos e ha ido poniendo en marcha un plan nacional de reformas que todos en el ámbito europeo e internacional reconocen y que se ha centrado y mucho en el apoyo al emprendedor. La Ley de Apoyo al Emprendedor, que aprobamos hace 20 días en su discusión final del Congreso de los Diputados, es tan solo la sistemática integral de un conjunto de medidas que, sin embargo, han sabido traducir cuál es la intención del Gobierno y del conjunto de los agentes económicos y sociales, del conjunto de las administraciones en relación a la inversión en España y el apoyo a nuestras empresas. No se limita a esa ley, aunque sea por primera vez una reforma integral que tenemos en España. Impregna e inspira muchas de las medidas que ha adoptado el Gobierno y, como hemos visto hoy en la intervención de la alcaldesa y del presidente de la comunidad, del conjunto de las administraciones públicas. Esa ley y el conjunto de reformas que van unidas a ella, a mi juicio, analizan y tratan de solventar, todo es mejorable, presidente de la Mutua, algunos de los problemas a los que se enfrentan los emprendedores en nuestro país. En primer lugar, siempre se ha dicho que en España no hay interés por emprender. Yo creo que es absolutamente incierto. Lo hay, y mucho. Sin embargo, tenemos que ser capaces de que lo haya todavía más. Y eso empieza desde abajo. Por ello, uno de los primeros objetivos que nos guían en la Ley de Apoyo al Emprendedor, pero también en la Ley de Mejora de la Calidad de la Educación, es el fomento de la cultura emprendedora. Que desde los primeros años de la infancia, en los primeros años de la formación, exista un mejor conocimiento y un mejor reconocimiento de lo que supone emprender y crear una empresa. Si eso hay que hacerlo desde el inicio, también es necesario apoyar a los más jóvenes a la hora de que puedan decidirse a dar ese salto y a emprender. La estrategia de empleo y emprendimiento joven contiene medidas que, a mi juicio, y sobre todo por la amplitud con que se han utilizado, van encaminadas a ello. La tarifa plana de 50 euros en la Seguridad Social, la posibilidad de compatibilizar la apertura de una empresa y el cobro de la prestación de desempleo, o de utilizar el 100% de la prestación por desempleo en la inversión en un primer negocio, van en esa línea. Pero también en ese fomento de la cultura de la actividad emprendedora había muchas cosas y muchas cosas que tenemos que cambiar. En primer lugar, dar mayores facilidades a la hora de creación de empresas, que enfrentarse a las innumerables trabas que supone la creación de una sociedad o al dinero que hay que inicialmente invertir no sea un obstáculo para la creación de una empresa. Por eso hemos creado la figura de la sociedad limitada de formación sucesiva, que no requiere capital inicial, sino que puede ir dotándose con futuros beneficios, o el tipo de gravamen reducido en el impuesto de sociedades para que se satisfaga en los 2 primeros años que se obtienen beneficios. No obstante, hay que fomentar la primera vez que se intenta, pero también tenemos que conseguir que, si no se acierta, es difícil hacerlo a la primera, puedan después esos emprendedores, esos empresarios reengancharse. Por eso se ha creado el mecanismo a los pequeños emprendedores conocer el conjunto de licitaciones a las que puede optar. Pero el objetivo tiene que ser todavía mucho más ambicioso. A lo largo de todos estos años, a lo largo de todos los años en que se ha ido construyendo el Estado de las autonomías en nuestro país y descentralizando los servicios públicos, siempre y en todos los foros empresariales a los que al menos yo he asistido, se ha hablado de la ruptura de unidad de mercado. Era un tema recurrente. Nos quejábamos de que entre el 78 y en el 2001 en España se habían aprobado más de 100.000 normas y que era imposible para cualquier, no solo agente jurídico que estamos especializados en ello, sino para cualquier emprendedor apañarse en esa maraña de normas. Pues bien, hoy hay en las Cortes una ley para la garantía de unidad de mercado. Una ley que se basa en un principio esencial, en el que se ha trabajado en la Unión Europea y que es impensable que no se aplicara en nuestro país hasta este momento, que es un principio de reconocimiento mutuo. Si todas las administraciones públicas actuamos con la presunción de legalidad y de eficacia en lo que hacemos, tenemos que ser capaces de reconocer unas a otras lo que hacemos, los permisos que damos, las licencias que permitimos, para que cualquier producto, cualquier actividad que cuenta con todos los permisos en una administración pública pueda de verdad y sin trabas circular por todo el territorio nacional. Junto a ese plan, junto a esa ley de garantía de unidad de mercado, iniciaremos un plan de racionalización de la normativa. Hemos analizado más de 2.000 normas que suponen obstáculos a ir saltando por los empresarios en nuestro país a la hora de poder funcionar en todos los ámbitos, fiscales, medioambientales, económicos en general. Por último, 2 notas, pequeñas pero importantes. 2 de las medidas que queremos poner en marcha en el plan de reforma de las administraciones públicas es, en primer lugar, establecer el sistema de la cláusula one in, one out. Como dice mi equipo vulgarmente, las que entran por las que salen. No se podrá establecer una nueva traba, un nuevo requisito en una legislación sin que antes eliminemos uno previo. O el establecimiento de fechas fijas de entrada en vigor. Las normas, especialmente fiscales y las de contabilidad, cambian mucho a lo largo del año. Consideramos oportuno que existan 1 o 2 fechas, de manera que los empresarios tan solo tengan que preocuparse en 2 ocasiones al año de poner al día sus libros o sus declaraciones de cara a cumplir la normativa vigente. El tercero de los objetivos y el tercero de los problemas a los que nos enfrentamos es la necesidad del apoyo a la innovación, al desarrollo y también a la internacionalización. Algunas de las medidas de la Ley de Emprendedores, tímidas para algunos, pero importantes por lo que suponen en sus planteamientos, estarán en breve en vigor. La deducción por investigación, desarrollo e innovación, los incentivos fiscales para la inversión en patentes o las deducciones por reinversión. Son los primeros pasos que se ampliarán en la próxima reforma fiscal integral, en la que ya está trabajando un comité de expertos designado por el Gobierno y que tendremos en los primeros meses del año 2014. También tenemos que trabajar en el refuerzo de los mecanismos de internacionalización, siendo capaces de poner orden en la maraña de distintos organismos, de distintas instituciones y contar con la necesaria colaboración privada para que puedan, en el mejor conocimiento que tienen del mundo exterior, ayudarnos en esa tarea. El último de los objetivos es quizá el más ambicioso: luchar contra la morosidad en las administraciones públicas y lograr una mejor financiación. Por primera vez y como consecuencia de la puesta en marcha del programa de reforma a las administraciones públicas, se ha aprobado un paquete normativo para luchar contra la morosidad por parte de las administraciones. Hoy en las Cortes se discuten dos normas. La Ley de Deuda Comercial, que hace que esté sujeta a las mismas exigencias de la estabilidad presupuestaria, de la sostenibilidad financiera que tan buenos resultados ha dado la consolidación fiscal, y la ley que aprueba las facturas electrónicas. Una factura electrónica es una factura de la que se tiene perfecto conocimiento de la fecha de su emisión y que es difícil esconder en los cajones. En segundo lugar, y entre las medidas de lucha contra la morosidad también podemos destacar el IVA de caja, que por primera vez será una realidad el 1 de enero de 2014. El IVA se pagará cuando se cobre la factura, no cuando se emita, mediante un sistema además que permita que emisor y receptor de la factura acrediten que estén al tanto en el cumplimiento de sus obligaciones. Estas medidas permitirán rebajar los plazos de morosidad de las administraciones públicas. En el ámbito de la Administración General del Estado hemos pasado en un año de 58 días a 37, pero somos conscientes de que todavía nos quedan 7 que reducir para cumplir las leyes que entrarán a final de años en vigor. La financiación, aquí la madre de todos los problemas, como lo han llamado algunos. Es necesario lograr que la financiación, que el crédito fluya a las empresas. La inversión extranjera en nuestros bancos ha crecido en un año en un 94,8%. Yo creo que este es un buen elemento para conseguir que especialmente el sector bancario pueda recuperar no solo el crédito a consumo, que parece que va mejor, sino muy especialmente el crédito a pymes. No obstante, tendremos que seguir buscando otras fórmulas de financiación. El Gobierno se ha comprometido y aprobará en breve un anteproyecto de ley reguladora del mercado alternativo de renta fija. Se unirá a medidas como las ya aprobadas en el tratamiento fiscal de los business angels. Hace exactamente un año yo anunciaba aquí un programa de coinversión de 40 millones de euros. En 2 años ha aportado la mitad por ENISA a través de préstamos participativos. Y hoy vengo aquí a hacer balance de esa medida. Según los últimos datos que me acaban de dar de mi oficina esta mañana, los resultados del programa han superado todas las expectativas. En solo un año, y era para 2, se han realizado coinversiones por valor de 54,5 millones de euros, muy por encima de la dotación inicialmente prevista para toda la vigencia del programa hasta 2014. Se ha invertido en más de 100 operaciones, 104, y se han movilizado 74 millones de euros. Creo que marca un camino a seguir, el que seguirá, y tengo el placer de anunciarles que ya está listo el primer fondo público de capital riesgo, Fondico, con una dotación de 1.200 millones de euros y que prevé movilizar una inversión de 3.000. Por tanto, tratamos de abordar todos y cada uno de los puntos que siempre han formado parte de los objetivos y las discusiones en este tipo de foros. Queda mucho por hacer, pero creo que en este año se ha avanzado de una manera esencial. Primero, cuando emprende una tarea, y nosotros emprendimos la aprobación del Plan Nacional de Reformas, la cumple y hoy está ejecutado casi de todos.
Muchas gracias, vicepresidenta, muchas gracias, presidente de la Comunidad de Madrid, muchas gracias. Comienza la competición y comienza la gran ebullición gracias a todas las personas nacionales e internacionales que van a participar aquí. Mucha suerte a todos los emprendedores. Muchas gracias, vicepresidenta.
I was a king, I had a gold throne. Those days are gone. Upon a hill across the blue lake, that's where I have my I met a girl of a different kind. We rule the world. I thought I'd never lose her out of sight. We were so young. I think of her now and then. I still hear the songs, reminding me of a friend. Upon a hill across the blue lake, that's where I had my first heartbreak. I still remember how it all changed. My father said,
Vayan tomando sus asientos. El summit está a punto de empezar, por favor. Vuelvan a tomar sus asientos. Vamos con un poquito de retraso, así que os agradeceríamos si volvieseis a vuestros asientos para que podamos empezar con el programa. Muchas gracias. Bueno, muchas gracias a todos. Welcome everyone. Welcome all to the second edition of Spain Startup and Investor Summit. Please. Thank you very much. Thank you all. So as I was saying, thank you all for being here. Welcome to the second edition of Spain Startup and Investor Summit. Welcome to our world of opportunities. I am delighted to see such a crowded room full of energy and full of people that share with us the belief that entrepreneurship is worth fighting for, that it's not only an issue for entrepreneurs, but that it is essential for all of us, for our economy, for our future. I wanted to thank you all for being here, for having stayed. Spain Startup and Investor Summit is now officially open. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next 2 days, you will have the chance to witness the passion, the innovation, and the talent of our entrepreneurs through the pitches of our 55 startups finalists. They will be presenting in slots divided by areas so that we can see the diversity of our entrepreneurs, from energy, biotech, internet, technology, education. Among the jury, among of you, we have the final jury, composed by companies and international investors from UK, Silicon Valley, Israel, Ireland, Russia. But all of you have also something to say. You will be able, after each slot, to vote for your favorite. We will be launching a question through Twitter, and you will just have to vote for your favorite with hashtag and the name of the project. You will also be inspired by our keynote speakers, Eze Vidra, Kike Sarasola, Nili Kroos, Josie Vadi, Ali Partovi, and Julie Meyer. In the auditorium, we will also alternate panels, opportunity pitches by some of the most innovative companies that, as our entrepreneurs, are here to pitch, but what they're going to pitch is the opportunities that their companies, like Endesa, are offering to the startups. But the summit is not just a stage, as you can see. It's a garden, thanks to Comunica Masá, a place where we want to see our projects grow, our hope grow. Where others see crisis, we see a new world full of challenges and full of opportunities. We saw that in order to foster entrepreneurship, we needed to strengthen our entrepreneurial ecosystem. And how? By joining in the same place all of its major stakeholders to favor their interaction and create a world of opportunities. The village was born virtually and physically in La Mutua's garden, as you have all seen. We thank Mutua Madrileña for hosting this seat and for allowing our entrepreneurs to get in the streets in plena castellana and show that we are a lot. This summit is an opportunity for you to network. Many of you have already started through our networking platform, but it's just the start. With this platform, we can keep on doing it today, tomorrow, and next week. and we encourage you to network as much as possible during the summit. In the village, we have companies, entrepreneurs, counselors, investors, and professional services, all key to make your project succeed. We are also optimists by birth, and we want to inject this optimism with all of us, with all of you. This is why we have a DJ on stage, and because we want to show that Spain tiene mucha marcha. Let me finish thanking Endesa and Google for Entrepreneurs for supporting us and all the participants of the village for believing in us. And now, let the summit begin. It is an honor for us to introduce our first speaker. It's going to be the CEO of Endesa, Andrea Brentan, who is going to show all the opportunities that Endesa is going to offer.
Perfecto. Pues gracias y buenos días a todos, autoridades, querido presidente de la Mutua, estimados organizadores de Spain SturtUp, señoras y señores, y especialmente queridos emprendedores, queridas emprendedoras. Lo primero que quiero decir es que los actores y los temas que vamos a debatir en estos 2 días de esta importante iniciativa pues tienen una especial relevancia en el momento actual de la economía española, un momento en que las señales muy sólidas nos dicen que se acabó el decrecimiento económico y que tenemos una posibilidad en los meses futuros de volver al crecimiento. No solamente en estos días, pues habrán debates, espero también negociaciones y acuerdos entre las empresas y los emprendedores, entre los emprendedores y las empresas, pero si lo pensamos bien, estas negociaciones, estos debates, estas conversaciones se harán con la parte de los emprendedores más innovadora. Y estos emprendedores innovadores son indispensables si queremos, como queremos, hacer que el repunte económico se dirija siempre más hacia buscar la ventaja competitiva en el talento, en el conocimiento y en la innovación. Ahora bien, la primera pregunta es si de este lado del Atlántico estamos haciendo por lo menos lo suficiente para promover el desarrollo de las denominadas startups. Y por una vez las estadísticas nos dicen que durante los últimos años, los años de la crisis, pues las iniciativas de las incubadoras o los aceleradores de startups se han multiplicado, hoy día están en niveles superiores a los de Estados Unidos, en particular en España. Las aceleradoras pues, se han multiplicado durante estos mismos años por algo como 6 veces. Pero al final, el éxito concreto de todo este proceso de fomento pues se mide en términos de cuántas startups luego pueden o bien marchar y desarrollarse, andar y desarrollarse en el mundo solas o bien con alguna forma de colaboración con empresas más grandes. Y en esto las estadísticas nos dicen que todavía estamos algo por detrás de Estados Unidos. En este contexto yo creo que las grandes empresas tienen un gran papel que jugar. Endesa lo tiene asumido, lo está jugando y quiere cada vez más jugarlo en el futuro. Y creo que estoy convencido que Endesa pues puede aportar mucho a este proceso. Primera cosa, el hecho de ser un actor de primer nivel, y no solamente en España, pero también en América Latina, en un sector, el sector eléctrico, que está hoy día en una fase de profunda y radical transformación, desde la generación de energía eléctrica, que está en un recorrido desde las grandes, centralizadas, centrales de generación con combustibles fósiles, hacia una generación mucho más distribuida, hecha de puntos de generación muchos más pequeños y siempre más con fuentes renovables. Pero también en las redes eléctricas también, pero no solamente para acompañar esta transformación radical en la generación, pues hay una profunda transformación que consiste en transformar las redes, que son típicamente y históricamente el lugar de intercambio de grandes cantidades de energía, las grids, por así decir, en nets o en networks, que también a la vez tienen que ser cada vez más lugar de intercambio de informaciones. Y en esto Endesa tiene un liderazgo en los contadores inteligentes, en las redes inteligentes y más en general en las ciudades inteligentes. Para que estas revoluciones radicales, que también incluyen una revolución radical de llevar estos networks de información también hacia los clientes, hacia los ciudadanos clientes, siempre más conscientes y exigentes en temas energéticos y medioambientales, siempre más digitalizados, siempre más sofisticados en su búsqueda, no solamente de un abastecimiento en energía eléctrica y en gas, pero también en productos y servicios energéticos de valor añadido, pues lo que quiere decir es que para que estas revoluciones tan radicales e importantes tengan éxito, hay un par de condicionantes, por lo menos, que se tienen que cumplir. El primero es regulatorio. Como sabemos, en estos días, y no solamente en España, pues la prioridad es el rigor, que quiere decir, en el sector eléctrico, eliminar el histórico denominado déficit de tarifas. Pero estoy absolutamente convencido que ya, a partir de mañana, pues la atención de los reguladores, de los políticos en España, se va a preocupar una vez más por el fomento de la modernización de las infraestructuras eléctricas que tanta importancia tienen para la modernización y el desarrollo de todo el sistema país, si así lo queremos denominar. Y el otro condicionante muy importante es que las empresas eléctricas que quieran participar, y no tienen más remedio, en estas grandes revoluciones, tienen que estar en condiciones o ponerse en condición de alimentar con un flujo permanente y muy alto de innovación a sus negocios, porque de innovación estas revoluciones radicales tienen un hambre insaciable. Y estoy convencido que los modelos tradicionales de I+D de las empresas ya no son suficientes y a ellos tenemos que sumar otras herramientas y otros procesos que puedan captar primero todo el potencial de innovación de los empleados, de nuestros empleados, y en este contexto quiero decir que en Endesa hace unos 18 meses hemos lanzado nuestra aplicación que se llama I2 y a través de la cual hemos conseguido más de 1.800 ideas innovadoras de parte de nuestros empleados y luego también abrir sus sistemas y sus maneras de hacer para poder captar el potencial de innovación en el mundo exterior, en el mundo ahí afuera. Y esto quiere decir aumentar, intensificar y concretar mucho más el diálogo con vosotros, los emprendedores, las emprendedoras innovadoras, los emprendedores innovadores. Y también en esto quiero decir que estoy convencido que Endesa puede aportar mucho. Primero, puede orientar la demanda de innovación hacia la energía, contra una demanda que en general es mucho más generalista. Segundo, puede orientar, y quiere orientar la demanda, hacia altos niveles de tecnología, cuando sabemos que menos del 10% de las nuevas empresas se dirige a altas tecnologías. Y la tercera cosa que quiero decir a propósito de la demanda es que es una demanda distribuida en el territorio, así como vuestras iniciativas son distribuidas. En cuanto a la contribución al desarrollo de vuestras iniciativas, de vuestros proyectos, Endesa también puede aportar mucho. Primero, su gran conocimiento del sector. Segundo, el acceso a sus infraestructuras. Y quiero subrayar a sus proyectos e infraestructuras, porque Endesa es pionera en las denominadas Smart Cities, la pionera en Málaga, la primera en Europa, la segunda en Barcelona, la tercera en Bucios, en Brasil, la cuarta en Santiago del Chile. Y las Smart Cities de Endesa son lugares en escala real donde se pueden probar todas las novedades tecnológicas y su interactuación con el resto del sistema. También Endesa puede aportar una consolidada relación con las mejores universidades y con los mejores centros de investigación del mundo. Y en cuanto a la comercialización de vuestros productos y de vuestros servicios, Endesa, siendo también parte de un grupo más amplio, el grupo Enel, puede aportar el acceso a una enorme y potente red de venta y de atención al cliente que atiende hoy día a algo como 60 millones de clientes en 40 países del mundo. En el año 2012, en el ámbito del grupo Enel, hemos lanzado la iniciativa Enel Lab, una iniciativa dirigida al desarrollo de las startups energéticas, con una dotación inicial de unos 15 millones de euros. En los meses pasados se han elegido las iniciativas ganadoras de esta primera fase y ahora estamos en la primera fase del desarrollo. Pero queremos ir más allá, mucho más allá, y en este contexto se sitúa nuestra participación en esta importante iniciativa de Spain StartUp, y os animo a entrar en contactos con nuestra gente de innovación que estará en nuestro stand, y también os animo a comunicarnos los rasgos principales de vuestros proyectos a través de una aplicación que hemos incluido en nuestros websites y que es una aplicación sencilla, una aplicación muy simple, porque este también es un rasgo de nuestra interactuación con vosotros. No queremos aplicar grandes y a veces un poquito complicados procesos que son adecuados a grandes multinacionales, pero queremos aplicar procesos mucho más ágiles, mucho más flexibles, mucho más en sintonía con vuestra manera de ver las cosas y de hacer las cosas. Muchísimas gracias por la atención.
Okay, we're going to change the language now. Now begins the fun part. Before we begin, I'd like to make a couple of very short announcements. The first one is, as you heard earlier, we've received a record number of applications this year for this competition. At IE, Danny Soriano and his team processed over 2,000 applications for the finalists today. We had to choose 50. We had selection committees that included some of the top professionals from the top companies in this country and the top investors, and a special thanks to everyone on the selection committees. Finally, we came up with 50 finalists. I also want to thank the jury members that are here present today. Every single one of these pitch sessions will have a jury that decide who the winner is for Friday. Now, how did this actually work? And we heard a lot today about entrepreneurship and how important it is in this country. But are Spanish good at selling themselves professionally? Think about that. Are you good at expressing your professional passion? I mean, we know how good you are in sports. We know how good you are with food, the sunshine, music. Can you imagine if every single startup could sell himself as well as Rafa Nadal? That would be amazing, right? Well, let me tell you, what we did here with these 50 finalists is we told them approximately that. We said, you have 3 minutes. And during those 3 minutes, during the first 2, you need to make us dream. People are not interested in what you do or how you do it for the most part. They're interested in how you make them feel. Do you remember Steve Jobs? When Steve Jobs got up in front of a crowd, did he say, this is a phone that does these 5 things? No, he didn't say that. He said, this is a phone that is going to change your life. And you believed him. Was he an actor? No. He was inspiring you. So, ladies and gentlemen, today and tomorrow, we have asked these 50 finalists, who are amongst the best companies this country has in the startup community, we've asked them to come here and make you dream. Let us begin. In the first place, for this first module, we have a company that says it's going to change the way you manage your home temperature. Imagine that. A smart thermostat where you didn't have to worry anymore about what the temperature was in your home. Ladies and gentlemen, green moment. As I said, each team will have 3 minutes. They have a watch up front here that is telling them exactly when the 3 minutes are about to end.
Imagine being able to control your home temperature anywhere, anytime. Imagine a device that knows if you're at home or away, and if it's day or night. Bill. Did you know that that's the equivalent of turning all your house lights off for 1 year? Or that you need 30 trees to reduce your CO2 emissions? Imagine bringing technology and savings together through a minimalist and innovative design. If you closed your eyes, you've imagined it. Moment Smart Thermostat.
Good morning to everybody. My name is Chantal. I am very happy to be here today to introduce you to Moment ST. Moment ST is a smart Wi-Fi thermostat, a revolution in terms of home automation. It has this beautiful, clean design without buttons and a sleek interface that you can control as any other thermostat. But what makes our thermostat awesome is that you can also control it with any device connected to the internet, saving this way up to 20% of your energy bill. That's the situation we are right now. We already signed contracts with more than 10 countries in Europe of master distribution. And here is where we want to go. That's why we need investors. We need money. Now, we already signed a contract of €500,000 with Sutter, a Swiss company, for master distributor in Portugal and Spain. And we are running our first pilot successfully with Telefónica and Securitas Direct, two big companies. That's the most important. And last but not least, our team. We are 10 motivated, young entrepreneurs with different backgrounds, and we are very in it and motivated to give the best of ourselves. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, make sure we're all paying attention because, as you heard earlier, you will be asked to vote. At the end of these 5 pitches, we will be asking you a question on Twitter, and you will be able to do a hashtag next to the name of each of the companies so that you can vote and we can get your feedback as well as the jury's. Okay, next. The next company, ladies and gentlemen, is a company that says it's going to revolutionize the way we do satellite navigation. Yes, in Spain, a company that is going to revolutionize satellite navigation. Ladies and gentlemen, Gekonapsat.
I need necesito el puntero. Okay. So we will wait for a while to get the pointer. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So it will be nice if it works. Yeah, right, here we are. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rafael Almeida. I'm the CTO of Gekonapsat. Gekonapsat is a company in which we are working mainly in satellite navigation technologies. We have been working in many different issues related with satellite navigation. But even now, we are having and we are finding some problems that without a solution. So this is something that we would like to know, we would like to understand, and we would like to solve. For instance, let's imagine for a while what happened with those blind or visually impaired people trying to reach a specific point in an unknown area, how they can perceive the track, how they can perceive the route. Or even for people practicing mountain sport, using GPS outdoor navigator is not an easy task because they have to be worried about some other issues and some other things. Also, for people working in emergency and rescue teams, it's very important for them to find the victim as soon as possible and very accurately. So how can they do that? All of those things have the same question in common. And this is, how can I imagine a path? How can I imagine a way, a route, if I can see it, if I cannot manage the devices? How can I perceive this? We have found to this question, we found a nice solution, because suddenly we found what is called binaural technology. It's called 3D sounds, and we mix all together, all these things together. We can understand that this is something difficult to understand, so we will try to do an example with this.
Miriam, vamos.
Vamos, hey. Vente para acá. Ok, dale, vueltas, cuenta 3. No importa.
1, 2, 3.
Sorry, because he has the microphone off, switch on, so I have to switch this off. Thank you. Continue. Sigue. Sigue. Continue. Continue. Right, perfect. Perfect. Sigue, okay. Okay, continue. Quieta, ya. Okay. Thank you very much. So now, please sit down. Thank you. So, as you can see, even to follow a sound is a very easy task. So even a kid can understand the sounds, can perceive the sounds. So we can provide a 3D sound perception. This is what we are doing, to provide a 3D sound perception with the different devices. So this is something that we can do. So as far as we can change those real sounds for virtual sounds, as we can use those 3D sounds using binaural technologies, we can solve these problems. What are we working about? We are talking about something that provides us a guidance system based on acoustic augmented reality. This is something really nice, it's very intuitive, and also something that works. On the other hand, we are not only working on those personal devices, we are also working in collaborative navigation because we are worried about what happens when there's no mobile phone coverage. How can we solve people knowing the position of the group? So this is something in which we are working. We have been developing those electronic technology for providing this kind of solutions. Why are we working on this? Because during this decade, it is expected a huge explosion of satellite navigation technologies. The market is going to be growing 10% each year during this decade. On the other hand, we are close to research, and research is nice, but we need to transfer this research to the final users. And that's all. With this kind of technology, we hope to reach and to have a nice future. Well, just considering that well, I don't know how to say. Just thank you very much indeed. And that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, moving along. As you can see, there's a lot of passion here, and it doesn't matter how old you are. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know what sensors are. We've heard the word sensors, but have you imagined what it could be like if the world could be almost like run by sensors? The next company is going to make us dream, is going to make us think of another world. Ladies and gentlemen, TabMob.
Wake up, Neo. Welcome to the real world.
I see the world in a different way. I see things that before I couldn't imagine. Morpheus, is this real?
What's real? If real is what you can feel, you can taste, you can see, then real is simply electrical signals interpreted by your brain.
It was first conceived in the Pacific Shores, in the San Francisco Bay Area, California.
The world beyond our limited sensors
The values of technology,
tell us.
innovation.
How will sensor change our lives?
For example, with this mobile, you'll know if you are ill, and your doctor will send you the diagnosis.
And what else?
We will live in the smart cities, in which, for example, traffic jams will be a thing of the past. Sensors will also decrease the cost of everything.
What will happen with safety?
We will know the structural state of breaches, tunnels, everything without non-destructive techniques. Technicians will receive an alert in their mobiles reporting any structural changes, avoiding disasters. You can also drive your car without a driver.
It seems like a science fiction.
It isn't. A big network of Internet of Things will be built. Everything, your clothes, your phones, your house, everything will be connected. Things will talk 5 times more than people.
And all of this thanks to sensors? Seems that technological possibilities don't have limits.
It's true, technological possibilities don't have limits. Having this technology, Accelera allows to be faster, more cheaper, more precise, and we can accede to a market of 3 billion euros, and the annual growth average is 11%.
So, how good is Accelera?
Accelera is being used in military airplanes, and Accelera technology allows 10 times less consumption than the best solutions around the world.
Accelera partners are Guaira, La Caixa, and Cowin. We have already a first round investment of 140,000 euros. We are looking for a second round investment of 475,000 euros. Accelera, simplify, go faster.
Okay, just a small correction there. The Accelera is moving so fast they changed their name from TabMob to Accelera. So when you're voting after this session, it's Accelera, hashtag Accelera. Okay, now the next company is targeting an industry which is enormous in this country. What is the biggest industry in this country? Well, for one thing, it's probably tourism for many people. Well, they're going after the tourism industry, but in a very special way. They want to change the way that you actually drive as a tourist. Ladies and gentlemen, Ozone Drive.
Always been attached to the sea. It was first conceived in the Pacific shores, in the San Francisco Bay Area, California, to thrive, and it's business next to the sea. And that's why the Mediterranean islands offer the natural and ideal environment for Ozone Drive. Our team is incredible. They have 10+ year experience in the automotive industry, 10+ year experience in the rent-a-car sector, and actually they have been working in really pioneer projects in the EV industry. I cannot imagine a better team for Ozone Drive. The current rent-a-car sector has completely commoditized the trip. We want the tourists to rediscover nature, to rediscover the unexpected of a trip, and most important, we want to recover driving as the essence of any journey. I still remember the first time I talked to Pablo Diaz, our VP of Operations. He said that the reason why he joined Ozone Drive was because for him, Ozone Drive was more than a rent-a-car. Ozone Drive for him was a new concept, a new way of thinking, a new way of traveling. I really hope that for many people, Ozone Drive will inspire them as much as it has inspired us. I really hope that for many people, Ozone Drive will inspire them as much as it has inspired us.
Good morning, I'm Ángel Sanmartino, CEO at Ozone Drive. The transportation sector has been always anchored around oil and products. However, there are new trends and new actors going forward versus electricity and services, and we see a huge opportunity to lead this market. Ozone Drive delivers clean, fashionable, and zero-emission transportation services, mainly in touristic areas. Our value proposition gravitates around these 4 main aspects that will enhance our drivers' experience and will drive loyalty and differentiation. All our services will be wrapped up in a clean, emotional brand inspired in the Mediterranean, where we will be operating. We will start operations in Ibiza in 2014, where we have secured a strong partnerships agreement with Abel Matutes and Fiesta Hotel Groups to start our operations, and we will expand organically along the Mediterranean from year 2. We have been working very hard for the last 3 years. We have put together a team of international experts in the EV industry and in the automotive industry, and we have raised Series A investment. We have secured partnerships with automakers, hotel groups, and infrastructure companies, and we have received the support and financing support and recognition from the Ministries of Environment and Tourism. So now we are ready to go and start operations, and we'll be delighted if you want to join us in making this happen. The side effect of our investment is that you can help us in saving our children's future. Thank you very much.
Okay, we've just about come to the end of this first module, and we have one last company. Now, I talked earlier about passion. Spain has got tremendous passion, and especially in sports. Well, there's one area I forgot to mention, part of sports, and that's motorcycles. In this country, we have some of the best motorcycle drivers in the world, and many of you are actually here today. Yes, this country has probably more motorcyclists per capita than most countries in the world. But did you know that every 36 hours, a motorcyclist dies on the highway? And did you know that 3 out of 4 of these deaths is caused because they could not see the car motorist could not see the motorcyclist? Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next company wants to change all this. Join me in welcoming DC Technology.
Francisco Javier Lobato. I'm founder of DC Technology, an engineering R&D technology-based company located in Madrid, Spain.
Well, our road and safety system makes motorists 3 times more visible on the roads, and this can reduce up to 40% of accidents. As you see, it's a compact system based on LED technology. It's easy to install, and it's suitable for any type of motorcycle. How does it work? Well, road and safety system has been designed to indicate maneuvers manually or automatically, to indicate emergency situations, such as falls or abrupt use of the brakes, and also helps locate the injured at the scene of an accident. We offer 3 versions. A basic version, which activates the jacket at the same time we activate manually the signaling on our bike, when we turn, when we stop, you know. The price would be 160 euros. Then we have a second version, which offers manual commutation plus an automatic activation of the luminous panel on the jacket. This when we move or we turn the handlebar. This is useful if we forget to do it manually, then the jacket will do it for us. The price is of 180 euros. And the last would be a full or complete version with the manual, obviously, and wireless system, plus the detection of abrupt use of brakes, which activates the warning lights on the jacket. This version also incorporates the possibility to activate by radio frequency other road and safety systems in the surroundings in the case of an emergency. This can prevent the running over of injured lying on the road or multiple crash. As potential customers, there are Motorbikers, there are more than 200 million in the world. Moped users, young people, unfortunately they represent the 64% of seriously injured or victims in metropolitan accidents. We would have also bicycle users, more than 1 billion in the world, or even quad drivers. We believe it's an attractive product for traders, retailers, telephone companies, and also insurance companies. I hope you find it interesting too. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Wow. The competition starts strong. It's going to be tough. So I want to remind you, now on Twitter, we're going to launch a question to ask all of you and also all of the people who are following our streaming to vote for the favorite. You just have to respond to that tweet, putting the hashtag with the name of your favorite project. Thank you. So it's a real honor to introduce now Ezequiel Vidra, head of Campus Google. It's the new startup hub providing tech startups with work and event space, and more important, creating a vibrant startup community in London. But well, I'm not going to say more best of himself to present what Campus Google is and what it is representing for the startup community. But I just wanted to say something. I've been there, and it's awesome.
Okay, glass, take a picture. And I just love doing this, and I just shared a picture of all of you this morning. Hi everyone, my name is Izzy Vidra. Thanks for the warm introduction, and thanks for having me here. I'm the head of campus at Google. How many of you have heard of campus, just so I know which I should explain? All right, some of you. Today we're going to talk about the principles of innovation at Google and how we implement them at campus, but really I think that before we begin, it's important to understand why it is even necessary. Why do we need to think about innovation as entrepreneurs, as companies, etc.? And this is an interesting chart that talks about the rate of tech adoption. Look at the adoption of print, TV, and internet. Let's start with TV, for example. We had the first black and white TV. It was a prototype. Then people started having black and white TVs in their homes. And then we had the color TV. And then we got the flat screen TV. And now 3D TVs. And who knows what's coming next. Then the rate of adoption of the internet was much, much steeper. And you can see that, we started maybe with dial-up modems. And we all remember those noises. And then we moved into broadband. And now fiber, and you see that the curve is accelerating. And if we look at mobile, I think it would be really difficult to chart, and tablets, because it would really be a vertical line. So this is why I think innovation is important. Tech companies, especially startups, need to be ahead of this curve in order to stay competitive and conquer the world. And today I'm going to share with you the principles of innovation at Google and how we see it as a company, but also how I implement them at campus with the startups. So first, I think it's important to mention that innovation doesn't have to be perfection. Innovation is not about cooking the best recipe or thinking about the best solution and getting it right from the first time. It's an iterative process that requires a lot of iteration and a lot of repetition and risk-taking. And in fact, you have to learn from one phase to the next, and I hope that I'll be able to put this point across when I talk about the principles at Google. So this is where we're going to talk about, and I'm not going to spoil all the surprise, but I'm going to start with the first one, which has to do with the mission. So you recognize these guys? Yeah? So these are Larry and Sergey, founders of Google. They literally started from a garage, Susan Wojcicki's garage, and this is how it looked like. And their mission was really inspiring. They wanted to organize the world's information and make it basically accessible for people to find the information that they're looking for when they're looking for it. So this is one of our leading principles because it encompasses everything that we do at Google. And my message for startups is that whatever mission you choose, whatever problem you're trying to solve, make it matter. Because in the long run, this is what you're going to use to inspire the people that will join you, to inspire your customers, your partners, your investors, etc. There's plenty of problems that need solving in this world. So when you pick one, make sure that you make it matter. One entrepreneur, one idea, one startup can change the world, and we have plenty of examples of that. And I really hope that we'll see some of these examples also coming out of Spain very soon. At campus, we also have a mission, and our mission is filling this town with startups. In fact, it's much more than London or that town with startups. What we try to do is help entrepreneurs, wherever they are, be more successful at what they do. This is part of a bigger effort done by Google under Google for Entrepreneurs. You see the logo here. It's in the DNA of our company, essentially. We're a large founder-led startup, and at campus we look at it as part of our mission. Usually when I describe campus, if you haven't heard of it before, I say that if there was an equivalent between real estate and software, campus would be an open source building. It's like a different concept, but imagine a physical operating system for entrepreneurs where Google provides the operating system, physical space, mentorship, and support, and we work with multiple partners that power the apps. You know, if you have a phone and all the apps were Google's, it would be kind of boring. So these are really exciting apps. We work with co-working spaces, with accelerators, and with other partners that are dedicated into fostering the startup community and helping entrepreneurs succeed. So now that we have a mission and you know what problem we're solving, we start going into, what are the principles that you should follow in order to be successful. And the first one at Google is focus on the user. How many of you recognize this old page? This is from the Google homepage from 1998. I remember it like this from a long time ago. I remember how exciting it was to put a query into the search box and see that results had come up. Google's only 15 years old, but this principle has been kept all these years. So when Larry and Sergey started the company, it was very tempting to essentially make money from day one by changing the ranking of the results according to who's willing to pay. But that wouldn't be fair for the user, and without this principle, it would have been very easy to get lost into the decisions that were made along the way. So focusing on the user of the problem that you're trying to solve, the person that you want to embrace your solution, is really, really important. At campus, we do it in many ways, but first I want to show you an example of how we focus on the user by creating features and products that our users love. If we can play the video on the top left corner, please. Okay. If we can't, I'm going to have to send you to see it. All right. I think that we couldn't really play it. Or maybe we can. Let's be patient for a second. And you'll see what I'm talking about. So at campus, we focus on our user. This is the message board. It's a picture I took about a week ago. And it looks like this all the time. We empty the message board once a week. We take all these posts, all these papers out. The pro tip that I have here for entrepreneurs in the room is get involved in the startup community. It's going to be very hard to focus on your user if mentorship, support, education, inspiration. This is just a little chart of questions that we have. Lots of people every day. It's full every day, and it can be a very noisy place, but people still feel like they can get more done in that environment when they are surrounded by the startup community than they can in their own dorm room or, let's say, in an office by themselves where they're not talking to anyone. Another way that we do it is by partnering with multiple universities and corporate partners to provide an educational program called Campus EDU that gives entrepreneurs mentorship one-on-one every week, inspirational speakers, people like Eric Schmidt, Guy Kawasaki, Jimmy Wells, that are coming to campus to share their wisdom and answer questions for entrepreneurs. And finally, we have classes where once a month we provide a learning day trying to give entrepreneurs the skills that they need when they need them. So focusing on the user will make you successful. The next principle is one of my favorites because I believe that it's really the seed of any entrepreneur. You have to think big, no doubt, but you also have to start small. And what do I mean by that? When Google Maps started, it was a really ambitious project for Google. It's very expensive to do maps. I used to run a maps product for a different company I work for. I used to write the checks. It's a very expensive product. It's very hard to make money with maps, but it's also a very valid problem to solve for users. People need to know where they're going. They want to know directions, etc. So when Google started with maps, they just simply started with getting a great mapping product. Show me what the streets are, show me where to get there. And then users started demanding more functionality. Okay, great, now we have a map. Can I get directions? So we continued with directions. And then directions became walking directions and cycling directions. And then came navigation. And then navigation became street view. And then we have self-driving cars. So what am I saying? Google always had the big vision. Like we can do a lot with maps. We can organize the physical information in the world and the geographical information in the world, but we have to start from somewhere. So think big, start small. In startups, this is also very common. How many of you are familiar with the lean startup methodology or lean startup in general? Okay, I see a lot of hands, that's good. Lean startup says that most products fail not because they fail to develop their product, but because they fail to develop their market. So you don't have to come up with the perfect solution from day one and have this donut with all the chocolate chips and all the nice garnishes on top. You have to start with a minimum viable product. What's the cheapest, fastest way to test this idea? And that's a donut on the left. The one that doesn't have really anything, but it's still a donut. It has a hole in the middle. It's made of dough, and it has a similar taste. Now, of course, it can be better, but this is the definition of a minimum viable product. We encourage startups at campus to launch when they are uncomfortable to launch. You don't have to get your product perfect. You have to get something out there that will give you an indication if you're going in the right way, so you don't spend valuable time and limited resources into developing something that no one really wants. There's a great book that talks about this. It's called Little Bets by Peter Sims. And he essentially mentions that a lot of companies, they struggle with innovation because they get into this roadblock. Like maybe you already made it and you're very successful with one product and you have a lot to lose, so you're afraid of innovating and coming out of your shell. Or maybe it's really that you feel like it's going to cost a lot of money to create something that's revolutionary, although I can tell you, in these days, with open source and cloud technology, it's really not the case. But he recommends that in order to be good at innovation, you have to start with a little bet. Just think about something that's encapsulated in time, encapsulated in cost. Think about this prototype of minimum viable product and get it out there as soon as you can to get as much feedback as you can. And then in the background, work very, very hard to improve this prototype constantly. So it's always the next version of the minimum viable product. Someone told me that a good startups is like a duck on the water. On the surface, they look very calm, but under the water, they're paddling very fast. That's what you need to aspire to do. The next principle is really an operating mode for the company, and you can see it in many things that Google does. And that's that we believe that open will win. And what do I mean by that? In the past, we've seen a lot of closed systems, right? A company would put a product out there, let's say an operating system that we all used, and they hold the keys to innovation, right? If you want a feature in the operating system, you hope that the guys in that company think about that feature and make it happen because, it solves such a big problem for you. However, Google believes that really openness is the key for innovation. We can hire the best engineers in the world, but it's still not going to tap into all the brains in the world and into the power of the users. Do you recognize the logos on this slide? All right, so one of them is Android, and the one on the right is Chromium, which is the operating system and browser, which is completely open source. Anyone can take these platforms, make them their own, and launch it in their own product without asking for any sort of permission. And in startups and at campus, we really understand this principle, and we embed it in the physical environment as well. This is the picture of the cafe at campus, which is pretty representative because it's always full. And any entrepreneur can sign up to work from campus, from the cafe. We don't check your laptop. We don't check your app. If you tell me that you're an entrepreneur, you're welcome. And this is part of this openness mentality and environment. And same goes for the mentorship sessions. We had a goal of 500 mentorship sessions this year. We're already at 750, trending to 1,000, and that's because we're open. We want to help everyone that needs help get answers to those questions, get feedback on the way that they're going, and even just provide like a friendly support to commiserate on the challenges that the startup is facing. So if you embrace open, I think that your customers will embrace you as well. Of course, startups this very well. The entrepreneurs and the techies in the room will recognize some of these logos. And for the people that are not techies, I will only say these are open source platforms that today reduce the barriers to entry for any entrepreneur that wants to do and to recognize the principle of focusing on the user because it was too complicated. It was great for engineers, but it wasn't good for my mom. So it didn't get the adoption that they were hoping for. So in 2010 came and Google launched Buzz. Google understood, okay, now we know we can't use this open social approach. We have to think about their basic users. So let's make something that's really simple and put it out there. But they failed with the invitations because all your contacts were added automatically to your friends, and then ex-wives friended their husbands or ex-husbands, and business rivals friended each other just because they were in each other's contacts, and it created a disaster. So all of these were failures. And you can be sure that every one of these failures was incorporated in the learnings and in the planning for Google+, which is a really ambitious project that's still in its early days. But all I'm saying here is don't be afraid to fail, but make sure that you learn from failure. In fact, in the US, a lot of people will tell you that the first question that an investor asks is how many times have you failed? And then the more times that you failed, the more confident I am that I can put my money in you because you already learned a lot of lessons. If you haven't failed before, you don't really know what to do in case of failure. Startups fail all the time. We just call it pivots. Have any of you have heard of the word pivot or the concept of pivoting? All right, some of you. So Lean Startups follows a certain cycle. Learn, build, measure. We talked about minimum viable product. We get something out there. And then we instantly start learning. Okay, we start seeing how users use the product. And then we see that a lot of users are trying to click on a button that didn't really work. We just put it out there to see if there's demand. For example, a share button. So then we go and we build the share button. And then we go and we measure how popular is this share button. We can do A/B tests, the traffic, we can do different interesting things to learn what needs to be learned from here. And then we go and we build again, and it's a constant cycle. This is just another example of why you shouldn't be afraid of failure. These are big companies that started in one way and then pivoted or failed with their original concept into something that ended up turning much better for them. Twitter started as an SMS platform. Groupon started as a political movement, like a sign my petition sort of platform, etc., etc. And I really encourage you to look into these pivots. And again, an anecdote here. Someone said that the goal of a startup is to have enough money to continue pivoting before you completely run out of money. So this is what you're constantly doing as a startup, right? You pivot, pivot, pivot until you run out of money. So don't be afraid of failure. Don't be afraid of pivoting. So we talked about where ideas come from, but how do we even make people think about ideas? And I think this has to do with the culture of fostering entrepreneurship. Fostering entrepreneurship is really recognizing that risk-taking and doing things differently can be a good thing. It recognizes that you need to encourage people to work in teams and make their concept a reality. And this happens a lot at Google, obviously, with all the products that we do. And I'll talk a little bit more later about Google X. But in the startup world, one way to taste it, if you're not in a startup today or you're thinking about doing a startup, my recommendation to you is go to a hackathon. A hackathon, and there's many names for them. There's the most popular one is called Startup Weekend. I think it's a fantastic organization. They are active all over the world, including Spain. Hackathon is like an idea celebration, idea competition, where a bunch of strangers go into a room, and then some of them pitch their ideas on stage, and then they divide themselves into teams, self-organize, and then they spend the weekend working on a prototype for this idea. So fostering entrepreneurship means that you have to have this mindset. And the best way to have it is to experience it. And people that go to a startup weekend reportedly either leave their jobs or join a startup within a year of attending a startup weekend. So if you want to really start a startup revolution in Spain, send everyone to hackathons. So how do we foster entrepreneurship at Google? It obviously happens in every team, and there's entrepreneurship in Android, there's entrepreneurship in Chrome, there's entrepreneurship in the core search that Google operates. But Google recently created an innovation lab called Google X. They are the ones that created these glasses, for example. They are the ones that are working on the self-driving cars and on balloons that will take internet to people that are not connected today and spread Wi-Fi in remote parts of the world. So this is just an idea of what fostering entrepreneurship can do. I think the beauty of glass is what it sparks in your mind. You know, like when you see that this is possible and I can take a picture, share it instantly from my face, suddenly all of these ideas start happening. And this is what I encourage you to do in your companies. By fostering entrepreneurship, you're not going to risk everything that you're working on, but you're going to open up yourselves and your employees and your startup and your investors, etc., to the possibilities that can come. So we're nearing the end, and this is a principle that's, again, very popular in the lean startup movement: launch early and iterate. This is, you see that there's many Google logos here, and they all have beta. When Google launches a product, it's never the final version. It's always a prototype. It's always something that's early. Gmail was famously in beta for 2 years. And Gmail, by the way, was a 20% project. Someone dreamed about this product. An engineer that was hired to Google dreamed about this being a reality, and he spent 20% of this time working on this prototype. And today, millions of people around the world use Gmail. But when it was launched, it was just a beta. Of course, startups understand this as well. Anyone familiar with this? Great. This is the business model canvas pioneered by Alexander Osterwalder. The business model generation is the term if you want to look it up. And you can have many iterations for your startup. This is about how you organize your resources and play with your business model to address different markets, to use different resources, etc. All I'm saying is when you think about your startup, think about launching early and think about changing quickly rather than coming up with the perfect solution and then waking up one day to see that it didn't work and you're stuck. You should be always able to change to the next phase. So without further ado, I know we talk about campus and like this building filled with startups. It's hard to visualize it without knowing some of the startups and imagining what's there. So these are all startups that are taking this principle very seriously and launching early and iterating. They're all either in beta or pre-launch startups. This is a company called Just Add Zero, that's creating a mobile phone made of bamboo. This is Trady, a Spanish startup. Are you in the room, Trady? No. They're part of the competition today. They're having a 360 review of yourself based on your friends and family or your social graph, which is a scary concept. But imagine that everyone in your family and friends and circles could tell you exactly what they think about you and what you should improve. Or if you could know, like, I'm more creative, I'm more funny, and less methodological, and etc. This, oops, some of the startups didn't come up. I'll just tell you. Let's start again and see if no. There's startups that are trying to put Wi-Fi in black cabs. There are startups that are doing augmented reality on mobile, helping you change the way that you shop for furniture, and so on and so forth. These are all startups that have an idea and are launching early and iterating without nailing it perfectly. And this one is about being a platform. When you try to embrace the innovation of the crowd or your users, it's not enough to come up with all the solutions. You need to really help your users or your audience use you. So this is an example from Google Maps, where when Google Maps launched, a company called Housing Maps wanted to incorporate Google Maps in their product, but it wasn't possible. So what they were doing is copying parts of Google Maps and putting it on their website. Rather than sending them a cease and desist letter, what Google engineers did is open a Google API for Maps that enabled anyone to take Google Maps and put it in their product, and today 50% of the usage of maps comes from third parties or from the API. So being a platform enables you to create marketplaces where other people can innovate and make money out of it using you as a platform. This is just another example from Google Play, from Chrome, and the number of apps on Android has skyrocketed as a result. So very important to be a platform. We're a platform at campus. We're not doing everything ourselves. We have 12 partners that we partner with. We helped more than 1,000 startups so far. I actually think that it's closer to 2,000, but just in mentorship sessions alone, over 1,000. We had more than 1,300 startup events and 20,000 registered members. And an interesting stat is that in year one, in the cafe, 90,000 cups of coffee were consumed. And I think that there's a correlation between coffee and innovation, and we have pretty good coffee. So to wrap up, we talked about the principles of innovation at Google. We talked about how we implement them at campus and how startups implement them. But I want to leave you with one final thought, and it has to do with purple cows. Seth Godin, a marketing guru that wrote many books about marketing, was talking about his experience of driving in the countryside of Switzerland. And he saw, after driving a long time in the woods, he suddenly saw a cow. And he went, oh, interesting, like a brown cow. And then he saw another one, and then he saw another one. And once you see, a few brown cows, you basically start ignoring them. But then he saw a purple cow, like the Milka commercials. And he was so excited. He stopped the car on the side of the road. He took a picture of the cow. He shared it with his friends. He wrote a blog post about it. And he kept talking about it in cocktail parties. And I think that you can see the very thin analogy here. When you're thinking about your startup and your ideas, make purple cows. Thank you very much.
Well, so now we have, before the break, something that we're really excited about. The title is Who Says Age Matters When It Comes to Dream? We have the honor to have Diego Martin. He's 11 years old, and I want you to welcome with a warm applause. And he's an entrepreneur, thanks to Fundación Cuíate, who is empowering children and teachers through education. We also have Juan Manso, who is 72, and after taking his retreat, he decided to go back and come with the disruptive innovations he's going to talk to you about. Please welcome these two entrepreneurs.
Por allá. Diego, you can start. Tell us why you're an entrepreneur, Diego, and what you've been doing as an entrepreneur.
Hello everyone, my name is Diego and I am 11 years old. I come from my school Luis Buñuel in Alcobendas in Madrid. In Alcobendas in Madrid. Last year we do a project that is called Creating Our Project from the Fundación Create. We have 3 companies in 5th grade. My company was Compa Compi. Compa from Compañía, which in English is company, and Compi from Compañero, which in English is mate. This is our group. She is Sandra from the financials, Maria and me. Maria and me, that advertising, Claudia and Paula, that produce the prototype, and Oscar is the director. This is our product, Novolikae, which means that the pens don't fall down. We chose this name because one day in my class, my pencil case fell down and Celia, my teacher, was upset because I am a disaster. But I saw that all my friends have the same problem, so I went home and I said, I have to look for a solution. So we designed this product using only recycled materials You can take it everywhere. This is our logo and our slogan is tu material guardado con Novolicae, which in English is your material is safe with Novolicae. The first day of school, we went in our neighborhood to talk about to investigate around us. Once we have the product, we went and we did a lot of posters, and we even went to the bank. My favorite activity is when we went to the radio to talk about our experience as entrepreneurs. And this is our letter to the bank. Finally, at the end of the year, we went to the Spokane to present our product in public. But it wasn't easy because we have to do a lot of Novolicae. Also, people in the school helped us and they brought recycled material from their homes. This is the place. This is us convince people to buy our product. This is us in our stand with the posters, and this is me doing advertising, giving flyers to other people. My experience in the Create is that first I was nervous, but then I really enjoy because it's something that you can repeat in your life. Thanks to this project, when I'm older, I will be an entrepreneur. And if you like the idea, you can buy us a project. Thank you.
Muy bien, muy bien, muy bien. Muy bien, muy bien.
Qué grande.
So that was the next generation of Spanish entrepreneurs. And now we're going to talk to Juanjo, who, as we heard, retired 2 years ago and has now reinvented himself.
Yo me voy a expresar en español porque el tiempo es corto y no he tenido la suerte, como ha tenido Diego, desde pequeño, hablar el inglés tan bien como lo hace. Pero las 8 slides que voy a poner tienen todas un subtítulo en inglés y además procuraré, para que las traductoras lo puedan seguir, hacerlo despacio, cosa que no me es fácil. Bien, todo surgió allá por hace 2 años, casi 3, en el que fui llamado por un centro oficial para ver qué podía hacerse para Europa poder hacer frente en la energía eólica, este era el tema, a abaratar los costos. Si no bajamos los costos, lo tenemos crudo. En la parte mía, yo me he dedicado toda mi vida, más de 40 años, a estos materiales fascinantes, todavía muy desconocidos, que son los materiales compuestos, los composites, que diríamos en inglés. Y por tanto, como ya me conocían, que me meto siempre en todos los berenjenales, en este caso fui metido, pues me lancé al ruedo. Y 2 meses después, ya jubilado, porque soy incapaz de estar con la cabeza quieta, me da por trabajar la pala. Yo ya la había trabajado desde los años 72, en un centro que dirigía de desarrollo, pero me piden nada más y nada menos que llegar a 25 megavatios. Señores, para los que no estamos familiarizados con estos valores, les diría que entonces la potencia de cada aparato, de cada aerogenerador, era 4 megavatios. 4 megavatios traducido en longitud de pala, que es lo que ahora preocupa, estamos hablando de 40 y tantos, 50 metros. Límite para trabajarlo en tierra, hay que pasarlo a borde de mar para offshore. 25 megavatios son alrededor de 140, 150 metros, así, para empezar. Es decir, la estructura más grande jamás realizada, no solo en composites. Yo trabajo en la industria aeronáutica un montón de años y puedo decirles que no son tan exigentes los requisitos que se le piden. Lo único que el avión lleva pasajeros. Esta es la patente que ve la luz. Esto es, para que le guste los mariscos, un shell mussel a lo bestia. Es un mejillón a lo bestia, en el que, vamos a darle con el pincho luminoso, a ver si, en el que, no sé si se verá, yo creo que se ve poco aquí, bueno, vamos a dejarlo. Verán, esta es la borda. La borda, esta es una pala de alrededor de 50 metros, 40 y tantos 50 metros. Ahora imagínense lo que es el doble. El doble no, 3 veces. Esta pala es una concha, un molde, sobre el que se trabaja, una pestaña, importantísimo el tema, por lo que voy a decir, y otra que se le viene encima. Estos son los godnes, que cuando una pala está hecha, una en vitibudino de arriba y la otra en vitibudino de abajo, se comunican y se dicen que ya lo tengo hecho. Ahora, se aproximan, se engranzan y con unas enormes grúas que aquí no se ven, pórtico, tiran de arriba del molde. Aquí hay un molde impresionante. Esto puede pesar 30 toneladas y lo otro tanto. Y ala, y ahí voy. Y cómo se unen, porque el mejillón, el mussel, tiene unos sistemas, la naturaleza, que es muy sabia, que los ha dotado para hacerlo. Pero ocurre, y permítanme que sea muy gráfico, porque todo el mundo lo va a entender, tienen ustedes todos un zapato. Bueno, pues el zapato es la concha superior, lo de arriba, la concha inferior es la suela, este es el empeine, esta es la suela, y para que se unan hay que coserlo. Algunos lo pegan. El problema es que al señor adhesivo, que hay cientos de kilos, y no barato, hay que confiarle en la resistencia de que no se nos abra. ¿Se acuerdan ustedes una película de Charlotte que era Héroes de Tachuela, que va con el pie al aire libre? Ese es el problema. Porque esta pala sufre unas tensiones terroríficas que no me extiendo. Una vez esto, dije, pues no, porque yo tengo que hacerlo automatizable. Automatizable significa que hacerlo altamente. Yo quiero llegar, hoy por hoy esto no baja del 35% de mano de obra. No podemos competir con países de muy bajo costo mano de obra. Y yo creo que se puede llegar no menos del 90%. Quiere decir que la materia prima es común a todos, ahí pelearemos todos, pero la mano de obra hay que bajarla. Y si no lo entendemos, empezaremos a tener que cerrar fábricas, porque otros terceros nos cogerán la delantera. Así es, miren señores, esta pala, este zapato no se une por esta línea de perímetro, sino se une al medio, aquí. Para lo cual tengo que trabajar. Ahí lo tienen en inglés, lo pueden ver, cross section of a finished blade. Luego la repetiremos en la número 6, son 8. No es una unión por borde, aquí y aquí. Eso en aeronáutica, y la pala no deja de ser la blade, una wind de un avión. El avión nunca se unirá en ese punto y en este punto. Se hace una V, que es el borde del ala, que lo puede hacer en Bélgica. En particular, yo trabajo en construcciones aeronáuticas X años y en otras empresas más aeronáuticas. Hacen un cajón estructural y un cierre, que son los alerones y los flaps. Eso es lo que he hecho. De manera que creo una forma borde de ataque, no línea de ataque, superficie de ataque. Paso la responsabilidad no con el adhesivo, que no utilizo, lo suprimo. Aquí esta zona, cierro con una estructura, es la segunda, que es el girder, la viga reforzante, que va desde el inicio. La pala trabaja como un brazo, cantilever, esto se llama cantilever. Traductora, no se preocupe que iré despacio. Cantilever. Es decir, voladizo. Torsiones, movimientos, a trabajo, atracción, luego a compresión, todo lo que quiera. Encima el clima 24 horas sobre 365 días. En mar, en viento, en montaña, lo que sea. Y le cierro con el borde de salida o de fuga, que se le llama. Ahí está el sistema. Pasamos, que hay que ser justos con el tiempo. ¿Cómo se hace esto? No les voy a explicar todos los detalles. Primeramente, esto es técnico, pero yo quiero aquí a los inversores. Borde de ataque. Lo cojo con un molde. El molde es absolutamente novedoso, rompedor. Esta patente ha tenido la máxima calificación en los centros en que me la han mirado. Al máximo, ni una sola objeción. Es tan rompedora que quiero, Juan, me digo, Juan, te has pasado X estaciones. Ese es el problema. Que la mentalidad... Muchas gracias. Cierro con la viga cajón. Esta viga cajón es estructuralmente extraordinariamente más importante, técnicamente es el que tiene que ser para repartir el esfuerzo del viento que entra por aquí, borde de ataque, el viento me ataca por aquí y reparte en todo esto. Perdón, translator, porque no me acuerdo. Vamos a ver. Esta es, aquí viene el otro, cuando ya están hechos, acude el otro, ya estás, sí, ahora que voy para allá. Va para allá y se unen los tres. Y se dan un beso y un abrazo y un encuentro al mismo tiempo los tres componentes. El borde de fuga o salida, el borde de ataque y la girder. Este material, ¿por qué evita el adhesivo? Porque en sí es pegajoso. Adhesivo, tacking, que digan ustedes. Me ha apuntado la pegajosidad en un papel, la palabra, el inglés, que es stickiness. ¿El tiempo? Ok, stickiness. Menos mal que Mr. Paris me echó una mano. Esta es la pala como acaba. Ya acabo, no quiero entrar más en detalle, pero vamos al resumen, conclusions. Puede que ser esto. La innovación y las ventajas, como lo tienen en inglés, de que lo sepa en inglés, ¿para qué quiero esto? Pero para el español se lo digo. La innovación y ventajas de este trabajo descrito en esta patente se destaca por esto. En una sola operación, one shot, es decir, la criatura que está aquí dentro de la mamá, los ojitos, los bracitos, esto se va haciendo en un golpe, no se hace, ahora la madre hace en el primer mes X cosas y luego le pone los ojos y luego, no, va haciéndose conjuntamente, eso es lo que persiste, esto. Proceso que envuelve el borde de ataque, attack edge, el de salida, out edge, y la estructura, la viga. En este trabajo está hecho con materiales que se llaman prepreg. La industria aeronáutica se trabaja continuamente. Eso de coger la resina y esperar a que quiera impregnar la fibra, no, yo la recibo unos rollos absolutamente ya impregnado, usted ponga sin los guantes, no toca más, lo pone, y el robot es autómatas, todo ello es el que trabaja. Con lo cual, el adhesivo no se precisa. Estas palas, las blades, son más ligeras, naturalmente. Empiezo a quitar kilos y kilos. Siempre que quite kilos, la masa levantada arriba. En primer lugar, coge aire antes. Porque claro, hasta que el aire, a las velocidades de X metros por segundo, mueve la pala, si pesa mucho, a ver quién la mueve. Si es ligera, como el molinito de papel. Entonces, la manufacturación, la velocidad de manufacturación es increíble. Yo trabajo con materiales de altísimo nivel, y puedo decirles que es sorprendente. Hay que tener cuidado con él porque se nos acelera, puedo regularlo. Y eficiencia, y sobre todo reliability, quiero seguridad, quiero fiabilidad. Lo que está en la loma o en el monte o en el mar, en el no sé qué, a ver, cada día que se para un aerogenerador, dinero que se quita de entrar, y eso penaliza. Las compañías de seguros te pasan recibo. Automatizables totalmente. Yo he consultado con X firmas que trabajan en la robótica y no me he dado por las ramas. Me he cogido al presidente de la Sociedad Española de Robótica, que estará aquí en la sala, así me estará oyendo, que es de Robotech, y me dijo, no pasemos del 90% del automatismo, deja algo de mano de obra. Y dije, hombre, claro, es que si no, ¿qué vamos a hacer los pequeños, que ya serán grandes? Entonces, esto de pasar a ser discontinuos y con adhesivos pasa a ser, como digo, con este procedimiento que yo, esto se ha pasado, pues me falta uno. Bueno, resumiéndolo, tiene que ser ligero, fiable, económico y, sobre todo, para mí, que reúna, evitar gastos terceros como son adhesivos, repasos, etcétera, etcétera. Este es el tema. Muchas gracias. Muy bien. Me pasó un poco, ¿no?
Me pregunta, ¿me pasa un poco? No, we just have to respect the timings, but it's from everyone, all our speakers and all our startups. Thank you very much. We have a very short coffee break, 15 minutes. Please go to the village. There you'll find all the companies that are looking for innovation in the startups. We have the city hall, the valley. We have companies from different sectors who are there to show the opportunities that are ready to share. And come back, please, in 15 minutes. Thank you very much. in which, as you could see, there are the main companies of our entrepreneurial ecosystem. They're all there, and they're there to show that they're trying to look for innovation through startups, that they want to invest in startups, that they're opening the doors of their innovation departments. We also can find there professional services that are offering services key for the success of any project. You can also find IE Business School, which is through the Venture Lab and the Center for Entrepreneurial Management, helping entrepreneurs to make their ideas happen. So now let's keep with the agenda, let's carry on, and we're going to start with what we like most, and it's our entrepreneurs. So now is the turn for the entrepreneurs of the area of technology. Please welcome them.
Okay. We're going to start this afternoon with a company that is in a space that is growing like no other space in the history of our business world. We're talking about mobile apps. Mobile apps today, 30 million are downloaded every day. This is much faster than the internet. Ladies and gentlemen, the company which is going to revolutionize the way we develop apps. Just in mind.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Pablo González, co-founder of Just in Mind. We develop tools to define and visualize web and mobile applications before programming. We have offices in San Francisco and Barcelona, and I would like to show you with a brief video the problem we are solving.
Welcome to Just in Mind, the most powerful last-minute changes prototyping solution. Eventually, your budget goes through the roof. Discover why you would save a lot of time and money if you could avoid these changes and validate your application before development. Plus, with the many platforms available, it's essential to design your applications for web browsers and mobile devices. With Just in Mind solutions, you will improve the user experience of your applications and reduce costs by avoiding misunderstandings and rework. Your budget goes through the roof. You would save a lot of time and money if you could avoid these changes and validate your application before development. Plus, with the many platforms available, it's essential to design your applications for web browsers and mobile devices. With Just in Mind solutions, you will improve the user experience at the time of definition. It's hard to imagine how something works until you see it in action. These issues usually end up in time-consuming rework and last-minute changes, and eventually your budget goes through the roof. You would save a lot of time and money if you could avoid these changes and validate your application before development. Plus, with the
thousands of customers in 100 countries, we've got big names like Google, Adobe, Cisco, HP, the Federal Reserve, Department of Defense, but we have also a large number of small companies and startups. We are in a $4 billion market, growing 5% every year. The team. Xavi is the lucky guy running our San Francisco office, and I'm running operations here in Barcelona. Here you have the product development team, and finally, the customer care team. We have no salespeople right now. So we have reached more than 4,000 customers without salespeople. Our history began in April with our beta version. I prefer to forget this version. 8 months later, we launched our first commercial version. Last year, we opened our San Francisco office. Stanford selected us their prototyping platform for campus and their online courses. And finally, I would like to mention that 60% of our customers come from the US. We are looking for 2.5 million euros to invest in online marketing, to create a customer retention team, acquisition and retention team, and an ecosystem. We want to become the standard prototyping platform worldwide in 3 years. Finally, the exit strategy is to sell the company to a big player. Thank you very much for attending.
Thank you. Okay, and now the next team. As you know, as you can probably imagine, several of the 2,000 contestants for this finalists of 50 came from IE Business School. Well, in particular, of the 50, quite a few, but not a lot, but enough, also came from IE. This one I'm particularly proud of because he was one of my students. Ladies and gentlemen, this company is focusing on something very important to all of you. Who is listening to your mobile phone conversation? Everybody, right? Well, these people are going to fix that. Join me in welcoming Enigmedia.
Thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Iker. I'm CEO of Enigmedia, a company introducing a 95% more efficient encryption technology. Oops.
From Fox this Thursday, federal keeping every
every phone call we make.
During this investigation.
And that's where I'm trying to get.
During this investigation, it was my understanding that the records were available through provided mechanisms and that it was the common practice within Hewlett-Packard used to perform investigations.
So schoolgirls Holly Wells and Jessica Chapman went missing nearly a decade ago. There was a national outpouring of grief. While they mourned for the it's claimed the News of the World secretly and illegally arranged to hack into their parents' phones.
And like I said, if spoof them forward, just send anyone. So it's really very easy to attack GSM. This system, bonus feature, commercial for about $100,000. I built this for less than $1,500.
So as we have seen, just this guy could catch any of your calls using this kind of phone model. As we have seen, with the last NSA scandal, world is facing an IT security crisis. But this is not a new thing. For years, market has used the limited CPU resources to bring us with amazing apps, but they have not bring us security because it will damage the user experience. In Enigmedia, we have a 20 times more faster encryption technology that will provide to any real-time communication with a 95% with top security using 95% less CPU. Our validators include the ADSL inventor and a Nobel Prize committee member. This is our first product, Best You Call. It's an app that you can anyone can use to call or video call using tablet or mobile phone to anyone securely. And even with $50 Android device, you can convert your TV in a full HD, I mean Blu-ray quality video conference system. The benchmark against Skype is clear. We have reduced the bandwidth in 50% and doubling the talking time, I mean the battery life when you are using it. After the NSA scandal, 6th of June, the worldwide is looking for secure call solutions. And right now, 90% of our subscribers come from outside Spain. Many companies have shown interest in this technology, including market leaders such as RSI or Symantec. And more recently, we have started doing our first quotations to British Telecom or even some political parties. We have been running some pilots here in Spain companies. Right now, we are closing our first round of €1 million here in Spain to move our venture forward, move to the Bay Area so we can establish our company, get on board a strategic investor and one of our global partners. I mean, we are dealing with Symantec and RSA, so we must be there with them. So thank you very much, and don't miss our free trial.
Okay, the next company deals with something that probably most of you don't have a lot of experience in, and that's simulation. Why simulate when you can do the real thing, right? Well, in some cases, you're not able to do the real thing. But imagine if you can simulate in real time. Ladies and gentlemen, SimWare.
What is the
Infiltration of ship-to-ship communications not normal in our area of patrol. I can't make it out.
Roger, combat. On my way. Officer of the deck, set flight quarters and launch Seahawk. Let's go to general quarters.
Aye, Captain. Bosun of the watch, set general quarters.
This is not a drill. All hands, man your battle stations. Set material condition zebra throughout the ship.
New surface contacts designated Skunks Alpha through Lima, composition MIDI unknown, assume hostile.
Let's reroute the fire scout to close contacts for VID.
Captain Air Control, we have imagery from the UAV. It confirms 12 small attack craft closing in our position.
Freddy, Seahawk 2-2. Receiving hostile fire from enemy craft. Shorter launch missiles. Engaging with Hellfire. Designate skunks Alpha through Lima as hostile. Kill with Fire Scout Hellfire. Prepare weapons. Let's get ready to take these guys out. Bring up the SSMS and lock on the targets.
Captain Air Control, Seahawk and Fire Scout are wind penetration of ship-to-ship communications, not normal in our area of patrol. I can't make it out.
Good afternoon to everyone. Well, here what you have just watched is real-time simulation. In this kind of simulation, what you have is different simulator and real system that are linking together. Till now, this kind of application are most common in military and aerospace application because they have the budget to can deploy this kind of scenarios. In this case, it's a security operation, it's the training of a security operation by coalition forces. Right now, it's quite common to do that in real operation. For example, you have the last example in Somalia or in Libya with the special forces in the US. Then the challenge that we have now in simulation is how to link everything together. Then the problem is that right now that's very difficult and you need a lot of budget and a lot of resources. You need to spend months or even years and spend millions of euros of dollars to do that. And because of that, the simulation is only applied large scale in the military and aerospace market. But you can use simulation also for example, to design a new car, to train a surgery doing a robotic surgery remotely, or to experiment on new drugs. In any case, you are using simulation. But the problem that you have now is that in order to grow the market and to put the simulation in the main street, you need to have a common platform. Right now, we don't have in the industry a common platform. Then what you have is a difficult cohabitation of different standard and protocol, and because of that, it's very expensive and difficult not to integrate everything. And then, in some way, you can think that talking about IT term is that you don't have an internet in simulation right now, and this is SingWare. SingWare is a way to link everything in an easy way. And in this way you can think in SingWare like a platform to put simulation into the cloud and to use simulation as services. And that is SingWare. Then SingWare you can think is a disruptive approach to simulation, but it's not a new technology. We started to develop the technology to use in our own projects in 2003, we started to use in 2006 in real project for military and aerospace application in Spain. Since 2011, we started to commercialize the technology like a commercial product, and we have already the first user, the first early adopter, not only in Spain, but also in US, in Europe, and also in China. And we are here because we need to continue our growth at the worldwide level. We need the help of the investor here to grow our business worldwide and to achieve our dream, that is to convert SingWare in the platform of choice for the future market of simulation in the cloud. And that's it.
Thank you. Okay, we heard that mobile apps is the future and the present right now. Now, what if you could use mobile apps, use big data to actually listen to what people are doing on social networks? Imagine the power of that for big companies, to know what their consumers are actually doing and their interests, to listen to those conversations. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to introduce to you InnoQuant.
Hello, my name is Maria Fernanda. I'm the CEO of InnoQuant.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Oleg. I'm CTO of InnoQuant, and we are a big data analytics company.
Okay, so you are a mobile applications developer, and you have developed killer apps. Your apps are downloaded by millions around the world. and your apps are everywhere.
So you are now a rock star, right? You are more famous. Strangers are talking to you. You feel success. You actually feel even more attractive, and that's feel good, right?
Because your apps are on the market. You are visible, and people can reach your apps. This is a big market. Every second in the world, people download 1.6 thousand apps. And this market is growing.
So that's it. You're done. Party time, right? Well, actually not.
Unfortunately, there are plenty of apps like yours in this vast ocean of apps, this vast ocean of opportunities, and this vast ocean of competitors. If you want to continue being more famous, more successful, and more attractive, and you want, yes?
Well, then you need to understand your users. You actually need to fight for attention of your users. You need to segment them. You need to understand who they are, what they do, how they use your apps. Actually, you need to engage them, make them happy. But how?
You have a big opportunity. The opportunity is in the data of your apps. You can obtain data about your location, in-app purchases, user behavior, and with that data you can perform segmentation, app tracking, and real-time analytics.
And that's where Innoquant's technology rocks. We provide Mocha platform, a cloud-based, real-time mobile analytics platform for application developers. This is the first such a platform in Spain, probably first such a platform in Europe, and we offer a vast amount of cool features, including mobile application tracking, push notifications, user segmentation, geolocation services, and deep analytics of your data, and much more features.
And with your mobile big data and
powerful, unique analytics technology, we offer you
the key to your success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now the last one in this module is a company that focuses on something that we've heard a lot about this morning, security. Ladies and gentlemen, this company is claiming to have the most intelligent networked security management system. Intelligent Security.
Well, many information disasters happen because of the human incapability of the configuration of increasingly complex security systems. One of these systems are security policies. A single change in a security policy usually needs one-by-one configuration modifications of several devices, which can be virtual or physical, and which are of different vendors and which need different administration procedures and processes. All this means that in that manual and slow process, the humans that made this process usually fail to do this configuration properly. So that's where intelligent security appears. We offer an abstract and intelligent control plane where security policy changes are automatically orchestrated and deployed into the network without human intervention. We are currently in beta. We have customers in pipeline. We have been the winners or finalists of different accelerators and contests. We have raised $1 million more or less in the last 9 months. And we are actively seeking for an investor which can help us with an early US land where the SDN market is. My name is Sergio Pozo. I am the CEO of Intelligent Security, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you all. The competition gets tougher and tougher. Don't forget, please, all of you, you're also part of the jury. Now you're going to see that through our Twitter, we are going to post a question about who was your favorite. You just have to respond to that tweet, putting a hashtag with the name of your favorite project. So now, the panel, Open Innovation, a World of Opportunities. I think I've said a world of opportunities like 20 times already this morning. But we really believe that open innovation and having been able to bring the companies to this event and to this village is key to the success of an entrepreneurial ecosystem and to the success of a startup nation. So welcome Juan José Güemes, who is going to be leading this panel. Thank you very much.
Nos sobra una silla. ¿Alguien se anima? Última oportunidad. ¿Nadie? Bueno. Okay. It is a pleasure for me to have the chance to share the next 40 minutes with these 4 champions of innovation. Let me introduce you Federico Flores. Federico is Chief Information and Innovation Officer at Ferrovial, and as such, a member of the Executive Committee. He's also a shipbuilding engineer, an MBA. Previous to joining Ferrovial, he's been CEO at Banco de España, the Central Bank of Spain, CEO at Telefónica Data, and Alcatel. And Federico has been awarded as Spain CIO of the year 2007, finalist of Europe CIO of the year 2010, Best Tech Career of Spain 2010, and Oracle Award 2013. And he's a member of several advisory boards and president of Ametic. Federico, I love the story of that young engineer called Rafael Del Pino, who 60 years ago changed the rules of the railroad industry by developing a technology. Have you ever heard about that story?
Yes, sure. So first, it's a pleasure to be here, this fantastic summit. And first, thank you very much for the people who are working here, because it's a lot of work around here. And yes, we have a good story, which is innovation, pure innovation. Ferrovial was founded 60 years ago. In fact, we are now in our 60th anniversary. And the chairman of the company was an engineer, and he invented a procedure to implement railways in a new way. In these days, you have to remember that there were big players in the market, strong players, and he decided not to work in a company, but to start up a company, which is called Ferrovial, and he was very successful. After that, we had many changes, but the story was real. So this is part of our company. We have innovation in the ADN of the employees, we say that. We try to change the company every day, every year, to change the process, the procedures, to look for new ways of business, because this is part of the culture of our company.
Thank you. Diego Díaz. Diego Díaz is the head of new ventures at Iberdrola. He holds a Master in Science in Engineering from Polytechnical University of Madrid and executive degree in venture capital from Haas School of Business in the University of California at Berkeley. Diego is responsible for the management of Iberdrola's venture capital program called Perseo. And since he joined Iberdrola in 2008, he's always been involved in innovation, research and development. Diego, let us imagine that one of the entrepreneurs, startups that you have in your portfolio, by mistake, because I know that you focus very much on energy, develops the time machine, and that we are able to go back 150 years to the year when Iberdrola was founded. Are you in situation?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, now explain those founders from Bilbao that Iberdrola is now investing in saving energy and energy efficiency.
It's a good question, yeah. They will be definitely shocked. Well, at the end of the day, Iberdrola was founded by entrepreneurs, and that's something that is definitely part of what we are as a company. But, try to explain that why we invest in energy efficiency is a tough one. You started with the most difficult one, but I'll try anyway. Basically, we do that because we believe that the world is going there. So at the end of the day, it's a matter of being where the customers need. So that's why we are looking for companies that are doing energy efficiency, as you were saying. And that's one of the reasons why, apart from having an open innovation model, we do have a corporate venture capital program to try and extract as much as possible from what's happening out there.
What we don't know yet is how the business model is going to change.
Yeah,
because now we sell kilowatts.
Yeah, that's another good one. Well, at the end of the day, our innovation model has been for many, many years focused on improving efficiencies. Because as you are saying, our product is no different so far of our competitors. So, I mean, we can paint our kilowatts in green or whatever, but they are kilowatt hours at the end of the day. However, we are in a moment when that is probably and most likely going to change over the next 10, 15 years. So definitely to be part of that, you cannot only focus on improving your efficiencies, even if you are partnering with the best universities and the best research centers worldwide. You have to as well try and benefit from what entrepreneurs out there are doing. So that's the main reason why we started our program back in 2008.
Okay, now let me introduce you to Íñigo Palacio Prada, who is an energy ventures manager at Repsol. Íñigo is an industrial engineer and a PhD from IESE Business School, and since 3 years ago he manages Repsol Venture Capital. Íñigo, it seems that innovation coming from startups is completely changing the rules of the gas and oil industry. How is Repsol looking at that phenomenon?
Yeah, that's true. Well, thank you for inviting me to be here in this roundtable, and hello everybody. It's true because innovation is everywhere. So we have to go out and try to catch this innovation from the place where it is. And maybe it's in the middle of a garage in the middle of Singapore. Maybe it doesn't have to be inside the company. We usually talk about the Shell example, about how they use open innovation, how they invest in startups to try to develop technology and to develop business, because this is about business. This is something that we have to take into account clearly. And the real thing about Shell Technology Ventures, for instance, is that while they are investing enormous amounts of money in startups, they hold a technology center with 10,000 people, which is tremendous. So, well, I think the good solution will be a mix between inside innovation and open innovation, taking into account what others do, and trying to leverage this innovation and try to figure out how we can help these startups to develop good things for the market. Because big companies are good in selling good things in a market at a good margin. So maybe this is something that we can share with the startups.
And last but not least, I'm glad to introduce you to Manuel Bravo, General Director of Energy at Fundación Repsol. Fundación Repsol is linked to Repsol, but they don't do exactly the same things. Manuel is a chemical engineer and a PhD, and he has been involved in research, development, and innovation activities in the oil and gas industry for the last decade. Manuel, would you like to give us an overview of Fundación Repsol? Tell us what you do, and in particular, what you do for entrepreneurs.
Okay. Good afternoon. Glad to be here and also to be invited. And I would like to congratulate the organizers for this good event. Fundación Repsol is a corporate foundation. And as a corporate foundation, it's involved in many activities regarding corporate social responsibility. So I can say some of them, social activities, integrating of vulnerable people, cultural activities. But I'm going to focus more on energy-related activities. So we publish every year a report analyzing energy efficiency of Spain and also its relation with the European countries, also the European Union. And all issues regarding with energy or related with energy, which is emissions, greenhouse gas emissions. Under this basis, and with the knowledge we have accumulated for, say, 5 years already, then we decided to launch the Entrepreneurs Fund. Because knowing where we are, what has to be done, and how it has to be done, and what the problems needs to be solved, then we decided to promote the development of new startups in the field of energy efficiency. So energy efficiency is perhaps more than with all of us could think of just in a short time, but it's much more wider than it looks. And that's all. We want to select the best projects that we get from the public calls, and promote and develop them to be presented to investors. Also, we want to get these projects to reduce the risk for the investors to invest in the project. That's basically.
Okay. Once upon a time, big companies considered that their research and development and innovation departments could have the best ideas about themselves. But then some really smart people realized that not all the good ideas could be produced within the company, and they began to produce open innovation. And lately, some companies have realized that they can leverage on what's going on in the startup ecosystem. Here we have some examples of everything, all the stages of innovation, research, and development. Diego, would you like to share with us how innovation has changed in Iberdrola for the last 2 decades? What you used to do and what you don't do anymore, and what do you plan to do in the future?
Sure, of course. My pleasure. I mean, basically, what we've been doing for many, many years, we didn't call that open innovation because that word was not, trendy at the moment. But we've been doing that for many, many years, and that's been there. We started our internal hydraulics lab in the 50s, for instance, and since that moment we started partnering with big universities and research centers. So, I mean, we didn't call that open innovation, but we've been doing that for many, many years. What has changed somehow in the recent years, since particularly 2008, is what you were saying about leveraging our innovation with the startups. That's the new thing. By 2008, I have to admit that the word startup maybe in Spain was not so trendy as it is today. So we didn't call it like a corporate venture capital program or whatever, because we were probably not, we didn't have the knowledge that we do have now in Spain about how the world is changing and going that direction. However, the essence of the program was the same. It's basically investing in technologies that are going to generate new core business opportunities for us in the future, or technologies and new innovative business models that are going to affect the way we do business. So at the end of the day, what we do today with a team of professionals is trying and look for those technologies. We have already invested 25 million euros, right, in technologies such as renewable energy, distributed energy and smart grids, technologies for leveraging and reducing the environmental impact of our activities, energy efficiency, as you are saying. So this program that we have, in place since 2008 has brought us many success stories in the way we interact with potential partners and potential providers, because we are able to build the relations from scratch, and that's bringing a lot of value to our business units.
Inigo, what about Repsol?
Well, if I have to resume the way we look at innovation inside Repsol in just one sentence, I think I would say that it's about thinking different. And maybe it's not anymore about doing things as much as possible, but as good as possible. We have 4 different approaches. One of the most important approaches for us is the internal innovation. I mean, all of us have to be entrepreneurs in our business, in our responsibility inside the company. Even if we are 20,000 people inside a company with some specific ways of doing things, we need to be entrepreneurs, and this is something that is being very well developed today inside Repsol. Then if we talk about outsiders, we have 3 different approaches. One approach comes from our technology center to the universities, and what we are trying to do is to look for nice and interesting and innovative projects that we can fund and we can help develop, and make them become not only university projects, but maybe business projects. The second approach is the one we have through the Fundación Repsol with the Fondo de Emprendedores, which is this kind of contest in which you can present your projects and you can be incubated by us in our technology center. And that means that for very tiny startups, this is going to be very helpful, because, as Manolo has said, we are helping them to go beyond the gap that they have between being an entrepreneur and getting into the world of looking for investors. And then finally, the last approach we have is the one I'm ruling with Energy Ventures, which is, well, it's a corporate venture capital. We invest in minority equity stakes in startups that have something interesting for us. This is more or less the overall approach.
Manuel, I mean, what is your view? How is Repsol capitalizing on the effort that you're developing in supporting entrepreneurs in your incubator?
Okay. Well, first of all, the support of entrepreneurs is, in our case, through the foundations. Then our economic support for entrepreneurs, we don't ask them to give us, say, a percentage or anything like that of their intellectual property. So they don't have also to return the money we give them, we give to them. The question for us is, what we want is to develop new companies and create economic activity. We are conscious of the situation of the country, and it is important for us to create, say, value, technology-based companies that will create, say, value to our economy. in that sense, of course, Repsol could benefit. But it has some other benefits for the company. First of all, we connect the entrepreneurs with our people, and then we want to, contaminate our people with the spirit of the entrepreneurs. So this is something that could happen, and it is happening. And the way we do it is to arrange sessions to exchange knowledge, basically about the projects they are developing in the research center, because our incubator and accelerator is in the research center. And of course, those sessions are open discussions between the entrepreneurs and the technologies of the research center. So there is another benefit. And there is, a third one, which is the possibility exists for the company to invest in a company we are supporting and we are helping to develop. And in that sense, our entrepreneurs are open to any investor, of course, also to our venture capital business unit.
Federico, as far as I know, Ferrovial doesn't invest in startups, but it doesn't mean that you don't try to learn from them, to leverage on them for improving your innovation. How do you get it?
Well, yes, for us, first of all, innovation for us is business. I mean, we are supporting innovation. We think this is critical for the company because we think innovation is key to be different from our competitors. We like to make difficult projects, huge projects, and innovation means that we have the knowledge for doing that. In that sense, we 5 years ago decided to implement an open innovation strategy inside the company, and that means that we thought we needed ideas not only from the company but out of the company from any other stakeholders. And we decided to implement a methodology, I summarize that in a minute, which is based in 3 layers. The first one is that innovation must be supported, so we need a clear sponsorship, money for that. In fact, the chairman of our company is the sponsor of innovation in my company, and I am leading that executive committee, but he's the leader of that. We invested money in that because we think this is crucial, so we invested money in strategic projects according with the strategy of Ferrovial. We are leading now 100 projects, more or less, and we spend around 50 million every year in innovation projects. The second layer is the community. We have plenty of engineers. We think that we need the best engineers of the world. We have engineers in 40 countries working for us, and we need the talent. So we needed to have talented people inside the company. So we educate all the people in the company. When I say all, are the 70,000 employees in innovation. All of them spend some time in our university speaking about innovation, discussing and listening leaders of the industry about innovation. And also the third layer are the tools. And in that tools, we have many things. Social networking, which is launched and supported in the company. Universities, scouting. For instance, we have an agreement with the MIT for a commitment for 5 years. And we are developing projects and now implementing, after 3 years, projects, amazing projects of technology, projects that I think our competitors couldn't believe that. And another layer for that, another issue, is the startups, several companies. We don't invest in a startup, at least until now. I mean, investing in shareholding money in the startups. What we do is to look at startups, that could be integrated in the infrastructure of Ferrovial. We manage infrastructure. We have invested 70 million euros in infrastructures, and we need to operate infrastructures and to have efficiency there. What we are looking for are startups which can be integrated in the value chain of Ferrovial business and which can add value or efficiency to our infrastructure in the operating model. We are now working with around 30 startups all around the world, And what we are doing is to support them in testing their technology, implementing their technology in our company, supporting the business model and the management of the company. And there is another issue which is very interesting. If I have a little time, just a minute more, which is that we think that we could also search for entrepreneurs inside the company. In that sense, because we think that our employees are quite clever, quite imaginative, we have created a program, a new program for the company in our internal university, and this program tries to offer the employee or group of employees the possibility to create a business. I mean, they have time there to think a new business, and we are going to support this business in all sense, and they can launch the business inside Ferrovial, which is for us, we call that intra-startup in the company. So this is the way we approach to the startups.
In 1 minute, cases of success or failures that you like to remark, starting with you.
Well, I think I'd like to talk about our first investment. That was back in early 2008. We invested in a company called Hammerfest Strom. At the moment, tidal energy was, a crazy thing that some people was thinking about, but not many, right? So we decided to take a minority participation in the company. We partnered with the company. We helped them develop the prototypes. Today we have a 1 megawatt prototype of a tidal turbine in the west coast of Scotland, and we are trying to build a 10 megawatt farm. So I mean, the knowledge that we have acquired by means of partnering with the company, and the knowledge that the company has acquired by means of partnering with our engineers, have made tidal energy a reality, for instance. So I think that's that's one of the success scenarios. I mean, that's in the wholesale and generation side of the house. If we are talking about the retail side of the house, the thing here is that the figure that I like for entrepreneurs to keep in mind is, I mean, we're here talking about what we do and what we want from you somehow, and I think it's fair as well that we tell what can offer you. So basically, we can offer you 30 million customers in the retail side of the house, and 50 gigawatts of installed capacity in the wholesale side of the house. So that's quite a big lab to play somehow. So our success stories, like the one that I told you about Hammerfest, are related about our infrastructure and our people and what we can bring to the startup companies.
Okay, Federico, a case of success or failure or...
To mention a program which was very successful inside a company, which is called Thuri Tanken. You cannot use this word because it is registered now. And Thuri comes from Swahili in Tanzania, because we have social projects there, and means great. And Tanken comes from Sweden, which is idea. So the meaning is great idea. So we launched that program 2 years ago inside a company, and in order to get new ideas from the employees of the company. New ideas for new business of Ferrovial, so new business for the future. And in that sense, all the employees could launch an idea inside this program, and the story was that we received 500 ideas of new business in Ferrovial. So imagine to have 500 ideas from employees of the company who were able to implement these ideas inside the company, and for us was great. I mean, now we are finishing this program. We will implement around 25 new business in Ferrovial, which is amazing, and we will start a new edition now that will be even public, so we'll be kind to receive ideas from the external market of Ferrovial. But it was amazing, the ideas we received, and the imagination of the people when you give them the possibility to think. Yeah.
Íñigo?
This is risky business, capital riesgo. So it's more about failure rather than about success. So we have to be used about that. We have to admit failure, but it has to be quick and cheap as possible. And I think it was Oscar Wilde who said that experience is the name we put to a collection of errors. So, well, as the more experienced you are, the biggest collection of errors you are going to have. So, if I have to point out one of the failures we have in our companies and in our investments, is that something which is quite repetitive, and it's always trying to think that next year will be the year, and this happens 1 year after the other. So, you know, we have to sell products to get income and to generate benefits, and this is tough when you are a startup and you are not really that commercial. If we talk about success, I have to say that we have one company that has developed maybe one of the best business cases and business models for recharging network of electric cars. The market is not helping because the market of electric cars is really small, but our company called Evil is really developing a very well organized and very well developed business plan, which is really a success. And, well, I would like to highlight another company we have, which is Principal Power, that has developed the first semi-submersible platform for floating turbines in the middle of the water. We have deployed a prototype in Portugal some months ago, and we have already generated more than 7 gigawatt-hour with this kind of turbines that instead of being stuck on the seabed, they are floating in a big steel structure. Well, so this is more or less the overview of the failures and the success.
Okay, Sofia is about to kill me, but I'm going to take 4 more minutes. 4 more minutes. Here you have a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of innovators, and at the end of the day, you are somehow investors, or even better than investors, because you are open to find, to become customers of startups, and you look for investments and customers. So please, in 1 minute, tell the audience, all the entrepreneurs that you have here in front of you, tell them what you're looking for, exactly what you're looking for, what you expect from them, because they are going to assault you when you come down. And
I mean, I'm going to use 10 seconds and then the other 50. So in 10 seconds, we are looking for startup companies that are ready and that have something to disrupt the energy business. That's 10 seconds. And now I will use 50 to elaborate a little bit more. Basically, the areas we are looking for companies, and we are looking for companies pretty much worldwide, with a special focus in Spain, UK, US, and Latin America. But obviously, Spain is our major market, and we are eager to find opportunities here. And we are partnering with the Spanish Ministry for investing 25 million euro over the next 5 years. So that's important for us. So coming back to the companies that we're looking for, any stage of development, no matter how, as long as you have a company and a business plan. So it's not about an idea. So it's a company and a business plan that has to be there somehow. And then regarding areas, renewable energy, energy efficiency, distributed generation, these are the 3 key areas that we are looking for companies. And we have tickets from 500,000 till 2-3 million euros.
Manuel, you just launched the 2nd edition of your business plan competition, and you're probably thinking about the 3rd one. What are you looking for? What is Repsol Foundation looking for?
As I said, we are looking for companies in the area of energy, and companies trying to improve energy efficiency. Not only that, but it's also companies that provide, say, or facilitate final users energy savings, and say they control their own energy consumption. And also some, say, improvement on energy storage, for example, or energy transmission and transportation. So all this could be supported by the Repsol Foundation. In fact, we are now incubating 17 different companies from many different, say, business or types, from, let's say, from companies specialized in, say, using, say, optical systems to measure temperature along the transmission lines, and I have to say that today is one of the companies starting to do a test of the prototype in our refinery in Cartagena, and the pipeline that brings oil from Cartagena to center of Spain. So we have also companies developing mechanical equipment that reduces energy, also companies in solar energy, bioenergy, and so on. So anyone of you, with the large audience that we have here, that has a project in this field of energy, and say, please, we are still open, the third call for the projects. It's open to the 15th of November, so we encourage you to present your project. So you will find information on our web, in the Repsol Foundation web, and anything you need from us, please call.
Inigo, what about Repsol Ventures?
In 2 words, credibility and coherence. We need to find companies that can show us credible and coherent business plan, credible and coherent team, a credible and coherent competitive advantage. We really need to understand why them and not the others, because everyone has competitors. And we need a company showing us a coherent and credible company governance, you know, management, board, shareholders. If this is fitting well with our strategy, which is about investing in energy companies, companies doing something disruptive for the energy, renewables, bioenergy, energy storage, energy efficiency, e-mobility, even oil and gas. This is the goal. We think that we can use our tool not only to invest in new energy, but also to invest in all kinds of energies. I think so.
And Federico, to have a good customer is even better than to have an investor. So what do startups need to become suppliers of Ferrovial?
We manage infrastructure. I mean, infrastructure means for us airports, service to cities, highways, or construction. And we are trying to improve our P&L to make more money. So what we are looking for are companies which want to prove their technologies in a pilot, a real test, and we are going to support the business model and the technology and the implementation of the technology inside our infrastructure. If that means more money and more business for us. So what we are looking at for companies which can add value to our chain and to our normal business, which is infrastructure.
On behalf of Spain StartUp and A Business School, thank you very much.
Okay, moving right along. This is the last block before lunch, and then we're going to have an inspirational speaker, which I think you'll agree will be very special. Now, before we begin this block, this is products and services. Now, you can imagine products and services in Spain is a big thing. Look at our logo at StartUp Spain. What do you notice about the logo? The Spanish flag. And it's because our head, our spiritual boss, is not only an avid entrepreneur and loves entrepreneurship, but above all, she loves Spain. And that's why we're here. So I'd like to ask the men in the audience, make yourself comfortable, take your jackets off. I'm not Spanish, but I love this country too. And what we're going to witness in the next few minutes is an explosion of Spanish passion around products and services. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd first like to introduce a team which has developed a brand new concept. Imagine going to a hotel and buying packs of hours. So if you wanted to stick around after 11 o'clock, you could. You didn't have to ask for that favor. Can I get out at 2? Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Buy Hours.
Disculpa, tenéis que entrar los carteles también. Espera. No, espera. Que no empiecen todavía, ¿eh? Que no comiencen todavía. Passeu ja vosaltres. Va, passeu. Pero tenéis que pasar. Va. Espera. Fica't xivetes allà per quan comenci la música.
Welcome to the Voice of Startup. Today's panelist is Welcome to the Voice of Startup. Today's panelist is BuyHours.com, the first online platform for hotel reservations by the hour from 3 to 45 hours. It's the first booking site that really suits the client's needs and the only one that allows the hotelier to stay in the same room more than once a day. They come from Barcelona, but they want to rule the world. Are you ready? Hope you enjoy their music.
Paga solo por lo que vas a usar, un precio justo, misma calidad, y ahora decides cuándo entrar y eliges la hora que quieres salir. Ya tienes sitio donde puedes ir y pagas solo las horas que estás. Suéltela más de una vez para aumentar la rentabilidad, optimizar recursos para crecer. Nuestra herramienta es la oportunidad. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Ahora decide cuando entrar. Ahora en Closeling podrás hacer y tus productos más valor tendrán. Tus clientes lo agradecerán y tus ingresos incrementarán. Y tú que buscas buenas KPI, con BuyHours alucinarás. Es un producto totalmente global, con una gran escalabilidad.
Hi, my name is Cristian Rodriguez and I am the founder and the CEO of BuyHours.com. BuyHours.com is the first online platform that lets you decide the check-in and check-out time with packs from 3 to 48 hours. Look at this. This is the hotel vision. They think that in one day only can sell the room one time with one price and the same rules to check in and check out. But the market, the customers, have another needs because the customers want 3 hours to stay near the station in a hotel, 3 hours to stay near the airport, or 6 hours to stay near the hospital. And it's possible that the customers want only 12 hours to go to sleep to the hotel. And with this situation, BuyHours.com view is a good solution, because we think that in 24 hours, you can sell the room many times with many rates, and this solution is better for the hotel, because they can win more money for the same room. And we know, and the hotels know, that it's better to sell the room 3 hours or 6 hours than not to sell the room. In the market, we are in the center, and BuyHours.com has two goals, because we are the tool to manage the hotel by the hours, but we are the gate to enter to the market for customers and for partners. And the hotel can sell the room many times with a lot of partners, with our tool. And the milestones in the last 8 months of BuyHours.com are more than 50,000 transactions with more than 10,000 customers. With the hotels now, and when I say now is now, in this moment, we are working with the main Spanish and international hotel chains, like Hilton, Accor, Meliá, USA, Barceló. And with the partners, we have a very good commercial agreements. With Odigeo, is the first in the market, with DKV Seguros, with Arias, and a lot of companies in different markets. And investment, this is a very good point for us. We want for the next round 2 million euros. But we think that is the time, is the moment to open new markets. Because BuyHours.com now is the first and the only one doing this. And we know, and I think that you know, that are a lot of customers, a lot of hotels, and a lot of partners that want to sell hotels by the hours. Thank you very much.
So, did they make you dream? A little bit, huh? All right, the next team is a team that says they're going to revolutionize the way people buy fashion. It's not bedding fashion. It's not by the hour. It's a service, it's a platform that's going to change the way you go online and you find what you want. Ladies and gentlemen, Broker Fashion.
Producción, vídeo. Welcome to Broker Fashion, the first online sales channel for publishers. Our idea comes from a need. Every single woman would love to buy the clothes and the looks that she sees on the magazines. But the only problem is that magazines only indicate us where to buy those clothes. But Broker Fashion makes it easy. Just one click and always on the same page. Oh, those shoes are so pretty. And those jeans are so in style. I would love to buy the entire look. But how? Well, it's very simple. You remember, you just have to click on the tag and start buying everything you want. You can purchase the entire look, or you can buy similar products. You can choose the color, and obviously your size, and always within the same page. And remember, it's free shipping. It's a drop shipping service, which makes it easy, fast, and 100% secure. And keep this in mind. Only 3 steps, only 3. That's right, to get your product to your home. And once you're done, you can keep reading the magazine. But we're not only about fashion. We also sell toys, trips, sports clothes, car accessorizes, and even home furniture. Isn't that a great customer experience? And how do we make this possible? Well, if you're an online magazine such as mujerhoy.es, or you're a blogger just like me, Broker Fashion has created the perfect and easy tool for you. You can create your own collage, as you see here. You can choose from a huge selection of brands and products, and you can even upload your own look, and that way you can make money. You can add up as many pictures as you want. In this case, I wanted to show you all the new nail lacquer I just bought yesterday. So I add the pictures, I can resize them, I can edit them, and I can write the text. In this case, it's a must-have for the fall. And it only takes 5 minutes. As easy as that. Once you're done, you can publish it on your web page, and voila, that's the result. Your creation is now on the web, and now everyone can buy it with just one click. Remember, Broker Fashion, it's practical, it's easy, it's innovative, and it's where innovation has met traffic and business. Thank you.
One moment, please. The online sales channel for publishers. Just few facts. First, we are online. Second, 20,000 euros revenue in the last 2 months. We are the first patent pending software in Spain. And remember, Broker Fashion, the new online sales channel for publisher. Thank you very much. See you at the village having a cup of coffee. Bye.
Okay. The next team is touching upon something that everybody here can relate to. And that's what really expresses Spanish passion more than anything else. And that's sports. Spain, the world leader, dare I say. Ladies and gentlemen, the company who is creating new ways to make fans loyal, Unusual Studios.
Hello, everybody. I think there is a problem with our presentation, so we are going to talk to you a little bit more about us. My name is Fran Galvez. I am the CEO and co-founder of Unusual Studios. We are a social mobile game studio focused on sports games. Here with me is my CTO and co-founder, Victor Mendiluce. He's a technical genius who's been making video games since 1999. He was technical director at Pyro Studios, a 150 people studios, creators of the Commando saga, which in aggregate sold more than 5 million copies worldwide.
Thanks, Fran, and hello, everybody. Let me tell you a little bit about Fran. Fran used to work in the advertising industry for the most prestigious brands, and among his greatest achievements is being in charge of the first ever Zara advertising campaign, a $6 million project. We also have another partner. Last year, we opened an office in San Francisco, and we were selected among 300 gaming companies to be included in the Jerry Zen Accelerator program. thanks to our new American partner. Right now we are in touch with companies like Electronic Arts, and we've been told by the CEO that we are a good target for acquisition. So why sports and why us? This is what's unusual about us, because we are gamers, we are game geeks, but we are also sports fans, which is not very common, especially in the gaming industry. Building this company is about combining our two passions, sports and games.
And it turns out that this is a huge market. According to Nielsen, there are more than 100 million sports fans downloading games for mobile devices. But only 8% of these games are sports games, while in the traditional gaming industry, this number rises up to 20%. How are we going to tackle this market? We have a twofold strategy. First, we are working with the top teams, like Real Madrid, which vastly improves the key metrics of our games. Second, we sell product placement space. This is a second revenue stream, which mitigates the free-to-play monetization risk.
So, where are we now? Our first game, Unusual Soccer, got awesome traction. 500,000 players with minimal market investment. For our second game, Football Star, we got on board the best soccer team in the world, Real Madrid. This game will be released in 1 month for the iOS and Android platforms.
So what's next? Next year, we are releasing 2 new games following the same concept that Football Star. Basketball Star and American Football Star. We are now a team of 2 people, 8 here in Spain and 4 in San Francisco. And last year, we almost reached a $1 million revenue. So our goal is to become leaders in sports games for the new era of gaming. And we are currently asking for $1 million. This is to develop and launch our next 3 games with the top teams. And our goal is to reach 10 million monthly active users in 18 months. Thank you. We will be happy to show you our next game outside because it's not here in the presentation, and I don't know why. So thank you, everybody.
Okay, 2 more to go. The next project is a project also from IE Business School and also one of my students. Ladies and gentlemen, this company is going to change the way pregnant mothers shop. Join me in welcoming Nona Box.
Mothers in Europe, and 40% of them work. And there are over 3,000 brands, childcare brands, that launch to the market every month, thousands of new products. So this is what we do. We help mothers like her to discover the best products for them and their babies, saving time and money. So we send them every month a box from pregnancy until the baby is 2 years old. And in that box, we send them the best products from the best brands, and especially curated and personalized for them. So we send them a box like this one, with 7 to 9 full-size products with a retail value of over 80 euros, and they only have to pay 25 euros per month for it. These boxes are absolutely personalized to their personal needs and likes, and they're also always different and always a surprise. So they only have to log in our website, tell us what they need, what they like, and just wait at home to receive their Nona box every single month. We started Nona box on March 2012 in Spain, and we started to grow really, really quick. We launched Italy in August, Germany in October, Austria in May. We launched the UK on July this year, and we're about to launch France, having Germany and Spain already in break-even. So far, 18 months, 1,400,000 investment, and we have launched 5 markets. We have sold more than 30,000 boxes, and we have signed exclusive partnership agreements with over 500 brands. For these brands, we are a marketing tool. So we provide them brand awareness, and we provide them reaching their potential customers, so we don't have to pay for the products inside the box. That's why we have really, really high margins. And also, we have a centralized, efficient, and simple operations, running everything from here, from Madrid, with this fantastic team here, international. We have Germany, Italy, Austria, Spain, everybody together here in Madrid, making us really, really lean. We also have a database of 130,000 moms and moms-to-be, but we don't only have their emails. We know how many kids they have, which products they like, and how much money they spend every month on their babies. And this database converts at a 4.5%, allowing us to recover the marketing investment and multiply it in only 3 months. So, we have the brands, we have the database, and we have a web. So we decided to launch our pop-up store. This is really recent. We did it on September. And due to the great relationship we have with brands, we have no negative working capital, which means we only pay to the brand when we have sold the products. And so far, this shop, on the first try, gave us 10 times the marketing invest in only 1 month. So we're really, really excited about 2014, because not only it's going to bring more markets, but it's going to happen what makes us more happy, which is to have tens of thousands of new Nona moms. Thank you very much.
Okay. ¿Les han hecho soñar? Un poquito, ¿no? Bueno, the next team is a team that claims that it's going to leverage our social networks in a way that's never been done before. Ladies and gentlemen, the last team of this module, right before you get to vote, and this is going to be a difficult one, as you can see, join me in welcoming Zerpa.
And let's just say that I'm the marketing manager of a brand, big or small, it doesn't really matter. We've got a good following in the social networks, Facebook or Twitter, and these are 2 of our many fans. Global statistics tell me that he's probably a man, around 35 years old average, and that she's likely to be a woman, about 25. but they don't tell me anything personal about them. I don't really know these people. So when I want to communicate with them, I always use the same generic marketing communications. It's not working. After spending money and effort creating a community around my brand, was it worth it? What's next? Now, I've heard about this solution called Sherpa that gives you a complete picture of each of your fans with the information that they share, full of details. Should we try it? Yeah? You okay with this? All right, let's go. Wow. Look at that. Sherpa tells me that he loves playing Angry Birds on his mobile phone and that she's probably listening to Lady Gaga right now. I can also see that he's following Iniesta and Messi, so he must be a Barcelona supporter. And looking at her favorite movies, we can tell she loves science fiction.
I am your father.
It really is that simple. Sherpa helps you discover your customer's world so you have a greater control over your marketing campaigns. Sorry, I've passed a few. Sherpa creates individual profiles of each of your fans in the social networks, complete with the information that they share, their personal and contact details, their social connections, their interests, products, brands, and celebrities that they follow, locations where we can find them, and we can even filter and select fans based on all these details and many more. Sherpa is big data analytics technology, 100% developed by Sherpa in Spain. It is highly scalable and it's affordable. Still in our first year, some very big companies are already using our technology. We have agreements with advertising agencies and partners. And right now we're looking for funding to help us with the complete automation of our product, to incorporate the most popular social networks, and to integrate our technology with other third-party platforms, and for an international expansion. Thank you very much for your time. Hope you enjoyed it. If you have any questions, please get in touch at sherpa.com because we believe in personal communications. Thank you.
Put it back. Okay, so our next speaker, Hyde, has enjoyed a successful, multifaceted career as an actor, as an athlete, and as a businessman. His passion, his perseverance, his innovation, his the definition of entrepreneurship. It is an honor and a great pleasure to introduce Quique Sarasola, founder of Roommate Hotels.
No, that was earlier. Video. No, that was earlier as well. Fast forward, please. Yep, right there. For Quique, this wasn't travelling. He didn't want the need to hurry, he didn't want to stay in the suburbs, he didn't want to pay for services he never used. What he wanted was a hotel that didn't exist yet. That's why he came up with it. A new kind of hotel built on 5 pillars, designed spaces in which to have fun, sleep, bath and breakfast. But let's not rush it. There's still plenty of time till 12. And that's how Roommate was born. A luxurious but affordable accommodation, which is also urban, in a convenient location, and above all, original. Ideal for every kind of trip, leisure or business. And you'll ask yourself, how does a jockey and an actor get to build a chain of hotels that isn't exactly a chain of hotels? Thanks to the uncommon common sense. When you get into a Roommate hotel, you feel like staying at a friend's house. And just like our friends, each with its unique personality, every one of our hotels are one of a kind. For example, Oscar is a fashion photographer, cosmopolitan and a night owl. what a night out. Every roommate has its own and unique personality. The 18 and another one that's coming soon in Barcelona. And it's coming because people like what we do, but above all because of how we do it, and all this encourages us to keep doing it, to keep changing and innovating. An example? We're the first hotel chain offering high-speed Wi-Fi for free. And to celebrate it, we're letting you know that the Wi-Fi is not only in the hotel, no, it's in the whole city. And what do we call such a novelty? WeMate. Free Wi-Fi in the city. Oh yeah, this is innovative and smart. See how I leave the hotel and walk freely around the city with no restraints, but always connected. That's internet. That's why we like it so much. Oh, the internet, that world full of possibilities which connects us to everyone. Well, that world is also in Roommate, in such a way that we're the 5th international chain with more Twitter followers worldwide. It's crazy! And this is a hashtag. What a great idea! But of course, what else could be expected from a man who even closed Nasdaq, the largest stock exchange market, by trading volume per hour in the world? Oops, the bell's ringing. It's time to finish and state where Roommate is going to. We're going everywhere, because if we already have 18 hotels around the world, it means we're doing a good job. Buenos Aires, Mexico, Miami, New York, Amsterdam, Florence, and soon we will also be in Milan, Bogota, Istanbul and London. If we knew the location of hell, we would probably have a roommate there too. We're going to keep undertaking without the fear of failing. We're going to fill the world with that friend that will host you in his house. And above all, we're going to bring back the magic of traveling. It all started in the 60s. Kennedy was president and 4 long-haired guys from Liverpool were playing on the radio. Escala Hi-Fi was on TV, and on the streets the first legs made their appearance when the skirts went from here to here. Mankind stepped its foot on the moon, and tourism in Spain. We enjoyed vacations, and our music could very well prove it. Travelling was thrilling at the time, but the people started to lose excitement as they realised everything seemed the same.
How beautiful, as beautiful as last year. It's okay, yeah, my foot itches.
Carlos, Gorka and Kike wanted to feel that thrill again. And one day at a coffee shop, this came to the mind of one of them. No, that was earlier.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you. This is a short video of what I'm going to tell you. What Roommate wants to do is bring back the magic of traveling. I don't remember many of you remember when you were younger that you used to travel and it was a novelty because you would go to hotels and you would see the staircase are incredible. You had a big bed, you had a big shower. It was the magic of traveling. Then in the 90s, suddenly all the hotel chains became exactly the same. I don't want to say any names, but NH, for example, was exactly the same, and it was very boring. And I said, my God, where is the magic of traveling? Let's bring it back. So that's why I started thinking, well, I don't want to do a hotel chain. I want to have fun in my business. We are different. We have a philosophy. We want to make people happy. And we came up with an idea, a dream, a reality. I come from as you see, from the sports world. I've been in 3 Olympics. I've been 4-time Spanish champion. And I knew exactly what I wanted and I did not want in hotels because I've been living in hotels three-quarters of my life. And I knew exactly also how to work with 2 important things in business, with time and goals. Reasonable goals that you can achieve so that you won't sort of get depressed if you don't do it, but it makes you work because in the sports, one day you're a champion, the next day you start from 0 again. So it's a very important thing also as entrepreneurs to know that it doesn't matter. Failure and success are 2 words that I never like to use because they're just circumstantial. Right now, the good thing is to work and always think of your clients. The most important thing when you go to any hotel, all of you, I hope most of you will agree, is 3 things: to sleep, bed, and a shower. If you go to New York to stay in your hotel room, you're stupid. Get out of my hotel. Don't stay with me. I want you to go out to visit the city and to have fun. So if you go to any hotel in my chain, you always have a very good bed, a very good shower, and a very good breakfast. The rest, the decoration, some are classical, some are modern, and you can like it more or less, but that's why you get to choose, because all my hotels are absolutely different. Things I don't like in hotels. I don't know if it happens to you, but when you go to England and at 9:30 in the morning they close the breakfast, my God, I had a late night, I went partying, or I just want to sleep. So in all my hotel rooms, I put my breakfast until 12. Free Wi-Fi. That chain that I don't want to name, NH, which charges you for the Wi-Fi. It's ridiculous. It's free for them. Why should they charge you? So in my hotels, it's also always free. Extra pillows. I like to always sleep with extra pillows. I like late checkout. We also work with Voice from By Hours, which are very good. And always thinking about the clients. One thing that has been very good about, I think, Roommate is that I've always thought of the client. When I go to a hotel, I say, as a guest, will I like the hotel? Will I be comfortable? So that's the most important thing. Closer to our clients. And then something which is very important for all of you, which are beginning business, is the smile. If you go to Asia or you go to South America, the first thing they receive you is, hello, buenos dias, or they sawasdi, and they smile. Why have we forgotten to smile in this country? We have to be nice to our clients. They have to come back. They have to like us. Now everybody, I know we're in a crisis, but my God, we have to make our people smile, our policemen smile when they look at the clients. We live out of the tourism. So please, please, people, smile. We have free Wi-Fi, and that was something that I was hearing my clients. They were saying, oh my God, it's so good, the free Wi-Fi in your hotel, but it's so expensive when you go out and you don't have the Wi-Fi in the rest of the city. So I said, my God, why don't we think about something? And I give everybody who reserves directly on my web page, I give them a little router, and they can put 6 iPhones or 6 iPads, and I give them free Wi-Fi in all the city. What do I do with this? 2 things. First of all, I get loyalty from my clients. And second of all, I pay less commission because they go directly to my webpage. So it's 2 good things for me, and I make them loyal customers. The best way to travel is visiting your friends. I give a fictional face to each one of my hotels, and I give them a profile. This one is Isabella, one of my latest hotels in Florence. She's elegant, romantic, and enthusiastic. With this profile, I give it to one of famous decorator, in this case, Lorenzo Castillo, and I tell him, Lorenzo, I want you to decorate the house of Isabella. It has to be completely different. It has to be with this personality. And that's how all my hotels are completely different, which is very important because it's the magic of traveling again, no? Do you want to sleep with me? One day when I was talking to my client, internal clients, it's not only important your external client, it's also very important your internal client, the people who work for you, have to have your same ideas, your same goals. I said to them, my God, let's think, let's do a brainstorm. What do the people do? They come and sleep with us. We sell beds. So let's make love to them. Let's not just do a quickie. Let's make love to our clients and make them come back, because a client that comes once is not a client. He's just a passerby. A client is somebody who comes more than 2 or 3 times to your hotels. So it's very important. This whole philosophy, I think, is what made Roommate different, is client, client, client. I'm never get bored of always telling all my staff client. No does not exist. This famous word in Spain. Listen, can you get me some tickets for the bullfights? No, but let me try. That no, first of all. My God, we have to be more positive. We have to think things can be done, and if you think positively, you will get them. If somebody wants a blue horse in the door, I get them for them. I put a horse. Somebody wanted a horse in my hotel lobby. I got him a horse in the hotel lobby. Thinking about the customer. Guys, all of you who are entrepreneurs, think. The client. Will the client like my product? Will the client come back? Will he repeat? This is one of my best ideas, which is my hotel in New York. I could see that many people in New York who had children did not know what to do with the children. First of all, because New York is very expensive, so if you go have 2 children, you have to have a second room, minimum $200, $300, and it's very complicated. So I said, my God, why don't I build a nice room like if it was a boat? Each bed is 1.20 meters, each one has a television, it has its own private headphones, and it's for a family with 2 kids. 4 friends that go shopping or partying, and then they have a very big bathroom. This bed has been a big success, and it was just by hearing my clients, what were their comments about New York, how could I help them, no? Another one that has an extra bed on top, because it's always very uncomfortable when you have, can I have an extra bed? And it's always in the middle of the way, so we put it on the top. It was a big ceiling, so we put it on the top. A lobby. I wanted something different in New York. So my lobby is a pool. You can go and change and be in the lobby having a drink and listening to music. During the daytime, it's full of children. And at nighttime, you have one part where you can be dressed and the other one semi-undressed. And it's big parties and lots of fun, so I recommend it to all of you. How we are. This is my hotels, and this is Oscar in Madrid. This is my rooftop terrace here in Madrid, which I recommend highly. This is Roommate Valentina in Mexico. This is Miami, Waldorf, which is right in front of the sea. Two things that I have not explained to you yet. I have never gone away from my philosophy. I always wanted a hotel in the center of the cities. And that's what I didn't find. That's how Roommate began, because one time we were in New York, my husband and I, and we didn't find a hotel that was in the center of the city that was affordable. So we had to go to a very expensive hotel. So after 7 days, I paid a fortune, and I said, my God, I have just been in the hotel 6 hours to sleep, to shower, and to breakfast. I've been ripped off. So I said, my God, I want a nice hotel in the center of the cities at affordable prices. And that is what you will always find in Roommate. For example, when they come and offer me in Madrid, I am in Gran Via. In Barcelona, I'm in Plaza Catalunya. In New York, I am Times Square. Miami, I'm on Ocean Drive. When they come and tell me, Quique, why don't you open a hotel in El Bernabeu, in the soccer stadium? And I say, my God, that's outsides for me. No, I'm in the center of the cities. And I think it's also something very important that all of you which are beginning entrepreneur, don't listen to people who give you advice. If you had a first theory, stick to it. My theory was center of the cities, good locations, affordable prices. And we have not moved a single centimeter from there. This is my hotel in Miami. This is Carlos in the middle of Argentina, in the big street, 7 de Junio. This is Argentina, done by Tomás Alía. Where are we? We are in all over Spain and Europe, like you have seen in the thing before. Global. My God. When somebody asks me two questions that I really hate. When did you go global, or when did you go international? First thing I think is, my God, is this guy idiot? Why is he asking that question? Nowadays, if somebody doesn't think global, it's like completely stupid. I'm a very ambitious person, and I knew since the beginning that I wanted the whole cake. But I went to international since I left Madrid. Madrid for me is national. Once you step outside Madrid, it's the same thing to open a hotel in Salamanca, in New York, or in Paris. It's the same nowadays because you have all the communications, you have the internet. So my God, guys, when you open a business, start thinking globally since the first day. And don't just stick to one little part. For example, when I started, the other hoteliers here in Spain, thinking, oh, the hotels of Sarasola, oh, they're hotels for gays. And I'm like, no, listen, I'm the gay one, not my hotels. And I said, no, I am complete. Guys, think of the whole cake. Be ambitious, because we can nowadays. This is how we started in 2002, our first hotel, all our things, first international hotel, Roommate in 4 countries, and right now we opened my biggest hotel, which was also something very big, 285 rooms, the biggest hotel I had ever done, and everybody goes, oh my God, how are you going to manage a big hotel so big? But there's always people, friends, let's call them that way, that always tell you, oh my God, how are you going to run a hotel in New York from Madrid? Well, working. How are you going to open a hotel 285 rooms? Working. I mean, guys, it's ridiculous. Don't listen. Be ambitious. Go for it. These are we have been started. My revenues have, well, this is something I'm going to confess, and lately I'm confessing a lot of things. I don't know what a revenue, a GOP, it's a hotel things. I don't care about those things. My people tell me, Quique, we are the first hotel group in Madrid by RevPAR. Go, fine. Are the clients happy? That's all you have to think. Clients. I don't care about these figures. They're very good. They're very good for investors. Actually, I'm looking for investors. And so they're very good and all of that. And all the investors look at the numbers. It's very important. But at the end of the day, the most important thing is your client happy? Is he going to come back to your hotels? Revenues. One thing I did very important, there's a very good friend of mine who has a very big hotel chain. And 7 years ago, when we started going international, he came to me and said, Quique, you're going to open a hotel in New York. My God, how are you going to do that? I want to open many hotels in Spain. And I said, my God, I went back home and I told my husband, Carlos, I said, Carlos, look at what this person has told me. He said, Quique, are you going to open too much? Are you going to internationalize too much and too soon? And I said, should we stay in Spain? Guys, the best thing I have done has gone international. My 4th hotel was in New York. My 6th hotel was in Miami. Right now, 65% of my revenues is international. That means I am suffering very little from the Spanish crisis. So if you go international, you're much easier not to suffer if one country goes bad as if you put everything in one pocket or in one country. So that's the best thing I have done is going international. This is something all of you in your different businesses will have applications, and now everybody's here with the application world, which is fantastic. This is applications in my companies, in my sector, hotels, that tells me in 51 sources and in 40 languages, everything that is said about me on the web, which is very, very important, because right now the web makes you be high or low, and people giving you bad comments absolutely can ruin your business. So you have to be faithful to your clients, faithful to what you do, and do it right. And as you see, I was quite amazed when I saw that. I almost couldn't believe it myself. I was the second after, it's actually the third. The first one is Four Seasons, which are much higher, and that's my goal. I want to try and beat them one day. New opening in Amsterdam. This is my new hotel in Amsterdam, which is incredible. It was an artificial island that we had just opened, and we won. This was a competition that we won against all the big international chains. And why did I win it? Because I believed I had the best product. I was against all of them, Accor, Melias, everything. But I knew I had a good product. I knew I had something different, and I went with having just 1,000 rooms with monsters of 200,000, and we won the competition. It's a beautiful hotel. We just opened it a month ago. And something important, I knew the mistakes in my tourism in my country, no? I have to say I like Ana Botella, and she's a good friend, but there's some things that when you're in your own sector, you have to look at what is missing, no? When I went into the hotel sector, because I just was there, I've been there for the last 10 years only, I knew exactly what I wanted and what I did not like. And something is very important, customer service, guys. Think about your clients. Think about them. Will they like it? Don't do your business model thinking about yourself. Think about the client always. In my sector, the big problem is the language, as we have all seen and we all know. Right now, if you have a becario, I don't know how somebody as apprentice, you ask them to have English, but our presidents of Spain don't even say a word of yes, hello, which is absolutely terrible. We have to start learning English, and that's something that I like to tell everybody. Now that I have a daughter, I'm very focused on saying, my God, let's not translate the movies, let's not translate the cartoons. Then they tell me, why do the Portuguese speak better English than us? Do you think they're more intelligent, their language is easier? No. It's because 30 years ago, they did not have enough money to translate the movies. So they saw all the movies in original language. And now, right now, Portugal is 10 times better in languages than we are. And that's something that we all should try and do, because nowadays, if you don't speak English, you don't go anywhere. Fluency in language, and again, the smile, my eternal thing, the client and the smile. Our next stops are going to be all over the world. We have a very big expansion, Istanbul, Milan, Paris, Rome. This is my new hotel in Barcelona. It's in Paseo de Gracia with Aragon, which is opening in 8 to 15 months. Communication, guys, it's the secret nowadays. You have to get yourself on the news. I don't know what you have to do. Go naked on top of a stage, but get yourself on the news. Get yourself on the newspapers. That's what we have done, the basic. I'm a small little 1,300 room hotels, but I make myself all the time. We invent. We have ideas. We go with television ads. We have social media. We're very, very strong. We have biggest hotel chain in likes in Roommate. We are the 4th in Twitter. Co-branding. Guys, this is so much fun. Co-branding. Nowadays, co-branding is the future. There's no money for publicity. There's very little money for the companies to spend. But why don't you start doing co-branding? This was one day I was speaking with Miguel Bosé, and he says it was my idea, but I know it was his. But we always have a fight. And I'm always on a diet because I'm fat. So when I go to any hotel, they open the mini bar and you have peanut butter, you have patatas fritas, or you have chocolates. Everything is fattening. So I said to Miguel, my God, why don't we put some ham in the mini bars? So we put Spanish ham without any air, so you could put it in the fridge. And we did beautiful packaging, and we started selling ham in our mini bars. You cannot imagine the success. But that also got me a lot of publicity, free publicity, and a lot of media exposure. It was a co-branding with Miguel. It cost me nothing. Different things with Opel. We also do all kinds of different, Hugo Boss did it also happening in one of our hotels. This was 4 days ago. PlayStation put 4 hotel rooms completely and invited all their players. Guys, imagination. Imagination, and also to have fun. I have fun in my hotels. This is my biggest thing, and it was fantastic. I had my team. Coca-Cola Light had a competition for the 25 years of Coca-Cola Light. And we came up with the idea that we were going to put 25,000 bottles on the front of the building, and inside those 25,000 bottles, I put 2,000 prizes of 1 night stay in Roommate. Out of those 2,000 nights, There were 25 nights of round trips to New York for 2 people. So every day we would open 500 Coca-Cola cans, and the first 500 people in the internet who would log in would say vertical 400, horizontal 700, like the boat things. And they would say, you won, you lost. This campaign lasted for 25 days. It was a huge success, and we on the Guinness Book of World Records, and Coca-Cola paid me $500,000. So it was a big, fantastic idea. Diet Coke, learning from failure. Guys, I see so many young people and so many people who are so enthusiastic. It's so important. In America, failure is a plus. Here in Spain, it's a minus. Guys, everybody fails. Before I did Roommate, I had 2 companies, and they both went down the drain. But I learned so much from them, which was very, very important. When in America, somebody gives you a CV, the first thing they tell you is, I failed twice, and now I am back here. I learned, I am ambitious, and I like people like that. Right now, when they're telling me, people are sending me their CVs, suddenly they omit that they were working in this real estate company that went bankrupt, or they were working in another technological that went bankrupt. Guys, be proud. I failed 2 times, and then I got up and did it again. That's a must. Failure should not be something that is so socially bad looked at as it is right now. Failure is if you're intelligent, failure is a way to succeed and to learn. And I just wrote a book for all of you to buy, and it's called Más Ideas y Menos Masters, so I suppose Instituto de Empresa is not going to be very happy, but, but it is true that I would have loved to do many masters, and I think it's fantastic, but Roommate crossed in my line before that, and I went for it. I think masters are very good because they help you find ideas, but if you have an idea before that, go for it. Right now, it's the moment of ideas. It's the moment of opportunities. I, in my company, have never found so many opportunities as right now, because so many other people are not doing it right, that if you have a little bit of imagination, and you have the feeling and your idea, you love it, you should go for it. So, these are my details. If any of you entrepreneurs, investors need me, and thank you very much, and I'm waiting for you at Roommate.
Wow, what an injection of energy. Thank you very much, Kike. So we are closing now for the break, but I encourage you all to please join our Startup Village during the lunch break. There you will find, as we were saying, the different companies from different cities. City Hall, you can find the institutions, Axis, ICEX, Comunidad de Madrid. Then you can find in the city, BBVA, Sabadell, Enisa. There are all these companies that are here to show you that there are opportunities. We also want to remind you that you can vote for the startups that have presented already. You just have to respond to the tweets in which we were asking you to vote and put hashtag with the name of the project. We'll be waiting for you back here at 4 o'clock. Please be on time. Thank you very much.